What is up, everybody? How we doing? Man, Adam Green is live right now, so torn. So I'll give you an idea of what I'm going over today. Who here isn't a robot? Me? I know I'm not. I'm gonna be going over. So yesterday I made a post about I quoted Alex Jones in a post, and I said nukes aren't real, you dumb bitch. And everyone was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I try being human as much as possible. Please enter CAPTCHA here. What's up, Seven? Mad excited for this stream. Let's go. Welcome, everybody. So I'm human too. That's exactly what an AI would say. right? So here's where I do want to start with this conversation, because I do think it's important. It is impossible to prove a negative. So that already is not working in my favor. Trying to prove that nukes don't exist is like trying to prove that God doesn't exist. It's not as heavy of a lift, but since that is the case, the only approach that you have to proving something doesn't exist is to debunk all of the proof that has been put forth to try to prove that it exists. Does that make sense to everybody? Like, there's not going to be like a CIA file somewhere that's like, nukes never existed, blah, 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 right? So you'd have to look at all of the evidence presented in favor of the claim. And now I want to point you guys to the people making the claim. First and foremost is the American government. Very, very trustworthy people. Very, very good sources. Definitely doesn't have a vested interest in propagating that they have the ability to create permanent hell on Earth with military-industrial complex weaponry. I'm sure that's fine. Miniatures seem provable. I will say that somebody asked me about direct energy weapons, and at least I can test a small-scale direct energy weapon by using a magnifying glass in the sun. And that works. I've seen it work. So I'd imagine that if you up that, like, significantly by millions of times of output, that it would also proportionately increase the damage output. That just makes sense to me. I don't know about anybody else, but it seems to do something. Now, I know UV rays and DEWs are not the exact same thing, but I've seen light burn shit, and that, I mean, that already has more going for it than nukes. Why were the trams operational the same day and day after Hiroshima? That is a great question, and I am so glad that you asked. It is something that I have actually brought up before, and something I want to look at. So, before I dive into like some of the details, right? I also want to preface this with, I've done some research on this at the end of last year, and some of the resources that I was using as a source to look at all this stuff was hacked. Literally, like, the month after I did my research, I posted something about it today, where they had gotten hacked in December, and none of the information that I was looking at has since been restored. And I want to show you guys that live in real time so that you don't think that I'm making it up, because what are the fucking odds that right when I'm like, hey, nukes aren't real, I've done the research, that the place where I got most of my research got rid of it all. And I didn't want it to seem as though that was like an opportunity to weasel out of this. I'm just going to have to work a little bit harder to try to find some of those things again. Lots of TNT make big boom. I meant the footage they used of the nuke tests often used miniature figures instead of real houses. Yeah, exactly. See, I thought you were talking about miniature nukes. I thought you were telling me to build a miniature nuke and test it on, like, my backyard. I was like, well, I don't know if that's possible. But so okay. So I was using the so there's a Japanese-based site that is called Hiroshima for Global Peace. And what this website did was sort of serve as like a place that was a memorial to the Hiroshima nuking, right? And it had like witness accounts on there. It had a bunch of details about the destruction, the temperature, you know, eyewitness accounts from that day, total account of like things that were destroyed and where and how badly. And that is now all, I can't find it. I literally cannot find it. So this is the website, and it's so it says on December 30th, 2024, and I haven't checked this shit since November. Hiroshima for Global Peace website, hereinafter referred to the website, experienced unauthorized access. We have cooperated with the Hiroshima Prefectural Police to conduct investigations and inquiries. We would like to report on the findings and the future restoration of the website. For details regarding the unauthorized access, please refer to the attached FAQ at the bottom of the page. So, as a result of the investigation, it has been confirmed that the perpetrator gained unauthorized access to the server by exploiting software vulnerabilities and stole information such as the email distribution list and member information. The perpetrator then sent suspicious emails to members. The police are continuing their investigation into the perpetrator of this incident to prevent further harm. To prevent further damage, we ask for your continued cooperation in the following. Suspicious emails, blah, 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 right? So, regarding the handling of website members and restoration of the site. Oh, thank you for the $10. Frogs are gay, and that's the only thing Alex Jones has ever contributed. Thank you for the $10 fucking dollars, my guy. Holy shit. Oh, also, thank you for working with me to confirm that I am not a targeted individual of the Justice Department, because, man, I was starting to get a little paranoid there for a second. I was like, look, I've changed my DNS. I reset my router. I've tried it on computers, multiple phones, multiple browsers, cleared my cache. So it isn't just me. So that's good. I'm glad that I'm not being targeted by the fucking Justice Department, because I will be honest, I did get a little nervous there for a second, and I was like, why the fuck am I not allowed to access the Justice Department website? So it says restoration of the website, so we can skip some of this, but it said, well, I guess this part's important. So it says that the page of Peace Platform Hiroshima for companies and organizations will be suspended for a while. We will consider the future direction, posting methods, and content of the platform. Due to the unauthorized access, article data that was previously posted on the website was stolen by the perpetrator. As the restoration process will require a considerable amount of time, we have decided to restore the information on the Hiroshima Prefecture official website. Starting from February 17, 2025, we have been gradually resuming information dissemination on the prefecture's official website. Right? So, this is them saying that a lot of the articles and shit were basically wiped from the site, and that they are working on restoring it in February. It got hacked in December, and they started restoration in February. Unit 8200 strikes again. Dude, I wouldn't fucking doubt it. I wouldn't fucking doubt it. Because I'll show you guys. So, right here, this is the post that I made in November, right before they got hacked, where I was linking to it. And now it just goes to the home page instead of the actual article that I had linked. And it's gone. Masonic theater, the idea that they can wipe out civilization with a button. I'm sure worse weapons exist, but the narrative's all fear. Hiroshima firebombing, compare 1945 Tokyo firebomb images. Yeah, or the Jesuit buildings. Or how about the fact that the D&I director, right before Iran and Israel escalated things on the premise that Iran has nukes, that Tulsi Gabbard, the D&I director, who was also part of the PSYOP division of the military, said that she went over to Japan, toured Hiroshima, saw all the nuke fallout. Did you guys see that? She posted that about a week ago. before anybody was talking about Iranian nukes and all that shit. And then in March, she had confirmed that they weren't working on any. Right? So I'm gonna translate this page really quick for you guys. And it might not be perfect because it's Google, but this is literally like it just takes me to what I assume is the homepage for the Peace Promotion Project team. And gotta lay out the propaganda ahead of time. Exactly. And we haven't even gotten into like the footage and who was involved and who was tied to everything, who sought to gain from it. We're literally on, hey, I'm trying to prove some shit and it was hacked, and also the government is lying. Like, it's really weird that I'm like, hey, the government lied about this thing, and people are like, do you have proof the government lied? And I'm like, look at all the other times they lied. Is that not sufficient enough evidence that maybe you shouldn't trust who the fuck you're getting your information from? I'm from Nagasaki. I used to do volunteer work in senior citizens nurseries. Many things U.S. did is illegal to be written. That's interesting. That's interesting. So what you're telling me is that, according to your firsthand account, that that Japan is not allowed to go into detail about what the United States did there with their operations. Is that right? That's a robot, BO. Bro? What's a robot? Witness testimonies from Hiroshima, sea of fire, and hurricane-like winds. IOE bridge 150 meters away from ground zero remains structurally intact. Vegetation and repopulating area a year later. Our Constitution was made by the U.S. in 1945. Shit. That's not good. Additionally, we have launched a special site commemorating the 80th year of the atomic bombing and the end of World War II within the prefecture's official website. So this is... See, it's just the same fucking website. And so if I go here, and guess what they don't have on here? A search feature. A search feature. All you can do is just click on shit. And that doesn't help me because they have a search feature where you're supposed to be able to search the entire content of the site. And it's supposed to pull, so this says all including PDF, don't include PDF, and only PDF. So I'm searching for all results right here, and I only know that because I previously translated the page. But if you translate the page, then it won't let you search it. So you have to search it first and then translate the search results page. So one of the things that I got from this website was some accounting about the oleanders that grew 6 months after the bombing of Hiroshima. There were oleanders blossoming literally like at the impact site, like where the bomb fell. And I got this screenshot. Hold on, I'll have to open it in a new tab. I got this screenshot from this website that I'm trying to access. And I took a bunch of screenshots and saved them to my computer from this website in a folder. And then I switched from Windows to Linux and forgot to back anything up. Well, it's not that I forgot. It's that one day I went to turn on my computer and it wouldn't boot Windows. And when I tried to do a system recovery, it failed. So I just had to swap to Linux. True story. I was like, dude, fuck this, fuck Bill Gates, fuck Windows 12. There are still people living in Chernobyl with zero health problems. Yeah, exactly. The vegetation in Chernobyl is crazy. But so I can't access this page that went over the oleander stuff. Now, what I would like to do though, something that is still saved, is the train cars that should have been either EMP'd or completely cooked or charred or basically anything. Oh, this takes me to the same. Are you kidding me? So I can't look up the shit with the train cars either. Okay. There is this firsthand account of this lady that worked on the tram cars when she was a kid. Let's look up some of the old test footage. Internet is wiping the evidence. That's what it seems like. Because I was reading about this, right? Maybe I can access this. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I want to show you guys. So this is the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum. And it's talking about the heat of the atomic bomb. About 0.2 seconds after the detonation over Hiroshima, the fireball created reached a surface temperature of 7,700 degrees Celsius, allegedly. From 0.2 to 3 seconds after, the intense heat emitted from the fireball exerted powerful effects on the ground. Temperatures near the hypocenter reached 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. This heat burned human skin as far as 3.5 kilometers from the hypocenter. So 3.5 kilometers away were temperatures in the thousands of degrees Celsius. Within 1.2 kilometers, people exposed directly without shielding were burned through all layers of skin and into tissues below. Nearly all died instantly or within a few days. Right? So you have this, you have 7,700 degrees Celsius and 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. How much is, we'll just do 3,000 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. 5,432 degrees. And that's the low end. That is the low end of what they suspect was the heat. Now you're going to tell me that all of these tram cars that we're about to watch, and with like first-hand account of somebody that was working the train cars, allegedly, that the wires were fine, the circuitry was fine. You guys ever have a computer overheat? What happens? I doubt Bob is sitting on there like, oh, looky here. I mean, 3 weeks of firebombing could cause such temperatures. Well, that's what they say it was. Now, you know, there's no proof, but what temperature for circuitry to fail? (185 degrees Fahrenheit. And you're telling me that the nuke that was 5,000, almost 5,500 degrees Fahrenheit did nothing to the wiring and the circuitry and the components on the tram cars? and they were operational the day after the fucking bomb went off. So did they fix all of the tram cars, or did the tram cars not get burned up like they say? Because it has to be one of the two. And as far as I'm aware, tram cars were not their top priority after they got fucking nuked, allegedly. So I don't think they immediately had dispatch ready to go fix the tram cars for them to be working the next day.
If you've ever visited Japan, you'll know that it is one of the most modern and developed countries in the world, at least architecturally and
Hold on. We're going to speed this up a little bit.
infrastructure-wise. For at the same time, it is also one of the most conservative and traditional societies on Earth. Everything in Japan appears to be post-war, with the honorable exception of the Gion district of Kyoto and some of the many temples and other buildings, because the Americans
They must have just fixed the tram while blinking.
surgically bombed to ruins or burned to the ground virtually every single Japanese settlement of any size in the last 18 months of World War II. By August 1945, only a handful of Japanese cities remained fairly intact, but they were kept intact for a rather nefarious reason. They were deliberately preserved so that the effects of a fearsome new weapon could be properly observed and studied. And the first of those new weapons was released above the city of Hiroshima on the 6th of August 1945, after
Nukes are empty threats. No one has them. War is no longer just bombs, missiles, and bullets. It's jabs, poisons, radiation, and frequencies, silent weapons for quiet wars. Good book. I would also argue that economic warfare and cultural warfare and infrastructure warfare, resource warfare. You know, you have blockades. You have the fact that Israel is buying up a lot of United States infrastructure companies so that if the United States decides to not play ball, they can hold our infrastructure hostage, like water, power companies, and shit like that. Most of the big tech companies, most of the ISPs, like all of them have direct relations with Israel. So even if you got rid of all the politicians, you still have to worry about the businesses, because the businesses aren't beholden to America. They don't give a fuck about America. You're at least supposed to be able to expect politicians to give a shit about the country they work for, or pretend to work for. Companies don't. They are not like, someone can call themselves an American company. They don't give a fuck about that. Rad Group owns most of the world's telecommunication infrastructure. Yep.
President Harry S. Truman had warned the Japanese government to stop fighting and surrender, or face complete destruction, advice many in the imperial cabinet were very reluctant to follow.
Computer stops working when it overheats, operational tram cars. And that's the thing, right? Like, the tram cars weren't even like highly computerized, but there was wiring and circuitry and shit that goes into that. What temperature does copper melt at? Oh, less than half of the supposed temperature of the bomb. So all of the copper wires would have been completely fucking melted. Twice over. And some to spare. So you're telling me that all of the wiring, whether or not there was circuitry, which fails at 185 degrees Fahrenheit plus, copper, the thing that they probably used for wiring, for power, for the tram cars, totally fine. Totally fine. Mr. President, I'm not saying we wouldn't get our hair mussed, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million killed tops.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese began the war.
That's because it was 21,000 tons of TNT.
From the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid many-fold, and the end is not yet. We are now prepared to destroy, more rapidly and completely, every productive enterprise the Japanese have in any city. We shall destroy their docks, their factories, and their communications. Let there be no mistake. We shall completely destroy.
Also, this is at 1.5 speed. Truman talks like an asshole.
Destroy Japan's power to make war. It was to spare the Japanese people from utter destruction that the ultimatum of July the 26th was issued at Potsdam. Their leaders promptly rejected that ultimatum. If they do not now accept our terms, they may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
Hiroshima, a city of some 255,000 people, was a legitimate military target, being the headquarters of the Japanese Second General Army, with over 25,000 Japanese troops in the city, not to mention its war industries, and was completely devastated by the world's first atomic attack.
As far as the eye can see, stretch scenes of desolation and ruin. 4 square miles leveled by one bomb, the product of allied science and a climactic answer to the terror and aggression let loose upon the world by Japan.
They have a first-hand accounting. I think it's somebody else's video. Let me check really quick. It's like an old Asian lady. She was like 11 years... There she is.
In the declassified...
So this lady, allegedly, she was like 11 or 12 years old. But look at these fucking tram cars. I'm pretty sure they restored them and like kind of updated them, but largely kept them like looking the same to preserve it. But this lady right here was one of the workers of the tram car.
Uchi-san, a streetcar conductor who survived the atomic bombing. 14 years old at the time. She's now
14. So she's 92 now and talking about going back to work on the tram cars the next day. Remember, the tram cars that need copper wiring to send power. Copper completely fucking melts at 2,000 degrees. The atomic bomb was allegedly 3,000 to 4,000 degrees, 1.5 to 3.5 kilometers out. Meaning that if that tram car or any of the tram cars were in the radius of the bombing, the wires would have been completely fucking melted, the circuitry, everything, and they wouldn't have been operational.
92 and shared her story.
The Hiroshima Electric Railway. You got 32 in the room and 8 likes. Oh shit.
写真なんですけどね。これが全部で3年までありましたけどね。電鉄火星女学校を言ったんですけど、これ1年生です。
あなたはどこにいますか？
これですね。
Hibakusha is a term coined for survivors of Hiroshima. Not sure if that helps searching. I think it will. Yeah, Katie is real. She is a real person. No puddles of liquid metal found in any nuclear bomb. That's crazy. You don't say.
かわいい。
ね、まだ14歳ですか。
ほとんど女性ですね。
女性です。男子はね、あの当時は戦争に行っていなかったからね。
I asked her about the day of the bomb, what her experience was like.
今日はね、朝の寮で朝の食事しよった最中だったんですよ。8時半でしたよね、ピカが落ちたのはね。でしばらくは、茶碗をこう食べよったらピカッと光ってパッと火の手が上がって、ね、気がついた時にはもう座の下の方へひっくり返っとって気がついたら腰が痛くて気がついたら下に味噌汁とか茶碗とか転げとったんですよ。で見たら入り口の方で。
By the way, she was in the blast radius at 14 years old. 92, totally fine.
2人ぐらい助けて言いながら出よったからね。私周り見たら誰もいないから私が一番最後まで後ろ取ったんでしょうよ。
No radiation, sickness, poisoning, as far as I'm aware. She's 92 fucking years old.
で出て行ったらみんなが泣きよるのが気がついて。それで 部屋に入っていったらあちこちガタガタしよって、で救急袋入れがあったのをね、大事なものをそこ入れとったんですけど、それを
Fried or man, fuck. That's funny.
だけ持って、で部屋の友達と一緒にこの中にもこの人なんだけどね、一緒にね、なんか避難して。
No 7, can't you see how deformed she is from all that radiation poisoning? Mari, how many people do you know were alive and survived the bombing?
ずっと歩いてきたんですけどね。市役所から三木橋のとこがあるんですよ。
There was Miyuki Bridge. Didn't somebody mention Miyuki Bridge earlier? Somebody mentioned a bridge. Who was it? Somebody mentioned a bridge. Right here. Pinned message. AIOL bridge. And that was in what, Nagasaki? Hiroshima. So this bridge was fully intact, you say? Do you have anything I can see about that? But sent you a couple links. All right. Let's see here. Let me look at these. Oh, nice. Yeah, when we get into the test footage, I'll make sure I bring those up. Hell yeah. Thank you for that. So she's talking about walked all the way. There was Miyuki Bridge near the dormitory. While walking, I saw people with burns like this. So people were close enough to get burned, but the bridge was fine. Many people were walking like that in lines.
This is a photo of Miyuki Bridge, the longest in Hiroshima at the time. A cruel scene, a few hours after the bomb. Mostly kids with burns treated with cooking oil. All that could be found at the Ujina police station. Sasaguchi-san continued on to the sister school nearby.
Found her sister going back to work after the
Hiroshima
A-bomb.
Station. One of the hubs of the streetcar was 2.4 kilometers, a mile and a half, from the hypocenter, but it didn't take much time for the city streetcar to get back running.
All right, let me back up.
Hiroshima Station. One of the hubs of the streetcar was 2.4 kilometers, a mile and a half, from the
So you remember it said that within 3.5 kilometers of the epicenter, it burned at 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. Right? That's what it said. This heat burned human skin as far as 3.5 kilometers from the hypocenter. So
hypocenter, but it didn't take much time for the city streetcar to.
So this entire hub that was within that 3.5 kilometer radius, operational the next day. The hub for this place.
Get back running. With very limited staff, Sasaguchi-san told me about the day she was asked to go to work, about 72 hours after the devastating.
Okay, it was 3 days later. 3 days later.
Atomic bomb.
But still. I feel like it would take 3 days to fully get one of those cars operational if literally everything in it fucking melted. Let's see if she goes into them like working on it at all or talking about whether or not they had to fix stuff.
私は教授が岡言うんですよね。岡明日から電車が走るけ乗ってくれんかって先生に言われてね、あ、いいですよ言ったら。ほんで濃いところね、濃いから3つ駅の多分福島町天満町土橋ぐらいまでね行ったり来たりの車掌したと思うんですよ。
She was a conductor at 14 years old, operating these train cars. None that I knew in person. It was part of a school trip. The detonation mechanisms of nuke are ridiculously fake. Only strong architecture survived. Hiroshima's infrastructure is a man-made wonder of the world. It rivals the pyramids. Has anyone ever told you you look like a robot? We're supposed to believe 9/11 plain fuel burned steel. Yeah, exactly. Like the same government that told you that the official 9/11 report was real and true. And we're supposed to believe this.
The route from Nishi-Hiroshima to Dobashi Station isn't very long, but the sight of the streetcar running gave the city a lot of hope that things could and would get better. Dobashi Station opened again on August 19th. This video taken in March 1946 shows Aioi Avenue and Tokaimachi Station right after Dobashi Station. Sasaguchi-san would have seen something similar to this out the window.
Look at that, you got buses working. Or what looked like a bus. That was probably
this
a tram
stretch of road
car.
runs all the way to Aioi Bridge and the A-bomb dome to the far right.
The Aioi Bridge. Which was totally fine. Saw a video of a nuclear bomb. 7 Seas, stay well. Have a great stream. Thanks for stopping by, Maury. Same government that said Iraq had WMDs. Exactly. The same government that said that we landed on the moon. The same government that said... that lied about World War II and the reason that we got in it. The same government that lied and set up the Federal Reserve. The same government that lied about COVID. Looks like when Israel cries Hamas.
Dobashi Station is about 750 meters from the hypocenter and A-bomb dome. Quite extraordinary this part of the line was running again so soon.
So how long do we think it would take to get things running again? I would say that... All right, so from their perspective, I just got off work. I'm glad I can make it. Welcome to the stream. From their perspective, they're in the middle of a war, first of all. Like, they are still actively in the war when they get bombed. So not only are they having to focus on a military campaign, but now they're also having to rebuild one of their cities right after it gets bombed. And then Nagasaki got bombed. So you have to think within that span of them getting things working again, they got bombed again in a different city where a lot of the survivors went. Right? So a lot of people evacuated Hiroshima also. So that's another thing that you have to consider, is that they were not operating at maximum capacity, maximum efficiency, maximum stability. They had just had their entire city leveled. Except for, you know, all the Jesuit buildings in the area. Japanese super tech allowed them to be up and running within 24 hours. Do you recognize the people in chat? Uh-oh. I don't know who the fuck you people are. What's up, Girth Brooks? So I guess realistically, putting all of that into context, it is hard to gauge, but I really feel like having a tram system back up and operational in 72 hours, while also having been bombed in another city that was bigger, having all of your infrastructure basically leveled, most of your population relocating and or dying, and everything being fucking melted, from the wires to the circuitry to all of the infrastructure that it would take. I mean, you have to think about the copper in the generators that were used to supply electricity. What about that copper? What about the electric generators in there? Because as most people know, like there's some sort of like alloy core for electric generators. And so you're bound to have at least some sort of power outages. You're going to be short on supplies. You're going to be short on organization. You're going to be chat being heavily censored. That's rough. I have no like blacklisted words on here, and I also have it to where it's the live chat. So there's a top chat and a live chat option. I was nuked and still made it to my dentist appointment. There was a double hibakusha. Tsutomu Yamaguchi reportedly survived both events. Shit. But yeah, so taking all of these things into consideration, right? Is it possible that they restored power, assembled some sort of organization and infrastructure in order to delegate the right people and resources to A, restore any lost power, B, repair any of the damaged train cars, which again would have been absolutely fucked given the temperatures that have been reported? It's not censored. No, this chat is bot heavy. Probably. I will say, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. I think there's only one bot that I have, and it's a chat bot that if you mention something like t-shirt, it points you to like an old merch page, I think, that I used to have. SS John Burke. So, do you guys think that it was possible with all of that? And again, we haven't gotten into the miniatures, we haven't gotten into the science, we haven't gotten into the Israeli involvement in the Manhattan Project or people like Vannevar Bush who were part of that, and NASA and shit. So we're still just on the heat of the blast, the destruction it caused, and whether or not they were able to get trams back operational. And just looking at the science of the heat, the blast epicenter, the destruction, and hearing a first-hand account of somebody who was operating the train cars 3 days later, and has lived to the healthy, long age of 92 years old. So I just want you guys to keep all of that in mind as we continue. No, guys, nukes are totally real. Our government would never lie to us. I haven't heard of this before. It never ceases to amaze me how we are deceived. Why? Would not surprise me if they did it again. Dude, all the time. All the time. You know, again, I can't prove a negative, but right now I'm taking the government's accounting from both Japan and the United States about the reported temperature, the destruction, looking at the blast epicenter, looking at bridges, looking at the temperatures and everything that we've looked at so far. I think we've already made a compelling case that what we've been told was a lie. Now, as far as the lie, how extensive it is remains to be seen, but they're talking about it burning at 7,700 degrees Celsius at the epicenter. Old hats always said nukes were fake, oddly enough. More than compelling. I mean, I would say so. And all we've done so far is look at the blast. And only the heat of the blast and what that means for the rest of the narrative. So let's listen to a little more of this first-hand eyewitness account report of somebody that was operating the train cars 72 hours later.
Car 653 was repaired and up and running 4 months after extensive repair work in the garage. Let's head over there now.
So this specific tram car took 4 months for them to repair. That is believable. But this lady was working tram cars as a conductor 72 hours later. Now, I don't know about you, but that tells me that she was operating a train car. Because what the fuck would they need a conductor for if there's nothing to conduct? Right? Reminds me, I'm on the toilet, it gets super hot. Oof. 7,700 degrees.
This is the Hiroden headquarters. The whole fleet of streetcars are in front of us. Yeah, this is open from 9 to 6 p.m. daily.
Fuck these nukes,
You
I
can get
gotta
a glimpse
get
of a
back
lot
to
of
work.
historical streetcars that are both no longer and still in service in this lot. We're going to go see one of them, car 651, another of the 650 series, which has a story of its own. The history of this car is written behind the driver. It's still used in the morning commute. So
They're still using the same trams. Boneless Jamaican jerk chicken.
this streetcar, 651, was 700 meters away from the hypocenter.
700 meters away from the hypocenter.
The driver and 89 passengers lost their lives on that day.
The motorman and about 89 passengers, except one survivor in this streetcar, were killed by the heat of the blast around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit confirmed. Blast radius, tram car, a guy survived? What? A guy survived exposure to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a tin can with windows. This tram got nuked, but we're still using it X amount of years later. We live in an inverted nightmare reality. He obviously ate hot curry, like you do. So you're telling me that this guy lived through a 2,000 degree blast? That's insane. Surviving employees made desperate efforts to restore the streetcar and put it back into service in March the next year. Okay, that I could believe. Hibakushas. So that corroborates what was said in chat earlier. Mostly peaceful, 2,000 degrees.
Car 65.
That dumbass Oppenheimer movie getting all that undeserved hype should have let us know. Yeah, I mean, anytime they make a movie about the Apollo movie, the 9/11 movies, the Oppenheimer movie, all the World War II movies, they don't do that shit because they want to tell, the artist wants to tell a story. Okay, the directors and producers of those movies are probably getting fucking kickbacks from the military. Because the military is officially allowed to invest in media, or really any part of the government is allowed to invest in media that is presented and displayed to Americans. Thanks, Obama. Thank you, Obama, for doing that, for legalizing that.
651 started service around Hiroshima in 1942. Here's a photo of car 651 following the bomb. Push.
That was a photo. That was a photo of one of the train cars. Don't forget Big Mike.
Off the tracks, burned out, only the steel frame visible. This is
So, again, train car exposed to that heat, completely burnt the fuck out. It was 70 meters away. This is what I would expect all of them within that 3.5 kilometer radius to kind of look like. At least a little bit. And instead, only the ones very, very close to the this was what, 70 meters away? Now, the epicenter was 7,700 degrees Celsius. The fireball reached a surface temperature of 7,700 degrees Celsius. So we have the steel frame, right? What temperature does steel melt? No. 1,500 degrees. So you're telling me that this train car was exposed to anywhere from 4,000 to 7,700 degrees Celsius, and the steel frame remained intact. You're telling me that this steel frame of this tram car that was 70 meters away from the epicenter, that is supposedly 7,700 degrees Celsius, where steel melts at 1,530 degrees Celsius, and the train car isn't melted? It looks like it fried the paint off, but the steel looks completely intact.
A photo of car 651 following a bomb, pushed off the tracks, burned out, only the steel frame visible.
Okay, all right, so I feel like that thing would have been fucking liquidated. Did anyone come in here from a link on Twitter? Maybe. I feel like this train car would have been completely liquidated, because according to this account on the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, that has all this information about all of the atomic bomb stuff, do you think they'd get this information incorrect? You trust the 92-year-old's memory? More than I trust the government, you're goddamn right. I trust the 92-year-old Japanese woman more than I do my own government. You wouldn't? I don't think that lady lied about 9/11. I've been to the museum. The dome that was bombarded still stands outside. There was more damage in Hawaii. Old people lie so much they can't even remember if they ate grapefruit the previous morning. That's true. Look for examples of what happens at 7,700 degrees. I bet it would melt for sure. That is why the Twin Towers did not come down with a plane. Those cities have completely rebuilt. Where's the 1,000-year half-life? Yeah, we're going to get into that, and the oleanders that were growing out of the blast zone 6 months later. There were oleanders, little fucking flowers that are like supposed to be kind of delicate, growing there 6 months after the blast. There were people living there. The population is skyrocketed since the bombing, where there was supposed to be at least 100 years. I think I saw a report that the half-life of one of them was 70 years, and that was the lowest half-life of one of them. One of the supposed nuclear elements used. They painted Nagasaki blue beforehand. Maybe the streetcars were painted blue. That's possible. That hot of temperatures will melt stone. 7,700 degrees Celsius. What happens? Matter would likely be in a plasma state, which is a highly ionized gas. Is there any data on this? Plasma is extremely hot and can reach temperatures of thousands to millions of degrees Celsius. Okay. I don't want to just trust the AI. I want to... show me shit about a fucking Ryzen chip. Blue trams in Hiroshima obviously saved them from a nuke. Look up brick melting point. Dude. Bricks melt at 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit, or less than a tenth of what the supposed nuke temperatures were. Now let's go back and see if we can see any bricks. That train car would have been plasma. Was that at the surface? Yeah, according to the Hiroshima Peace Museum, that the fireball itself reached 7,700 degrees Celsius, and temperatures near the hypocenter, about 3.5 kilometers, reached 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. So many times over. SS John Burke videos worth watching, chat. Go do it. We'll check it out. How long was the high temp? Sustained flash heat may not melt everything instantly, maybe. While that is true, you also have to take into account the fact that it is 10 times, like we're talking about a more than 10 times increase in temperature than the melting point. Brick is 652 or 42 degrees, and the supposed blast was 4,000. The supposed fireball itself was 7,700 degrees Celsius. So even if it was just for like a few seconds, I feel like the amount of temperature that they claim is not it would have been worse. It would still scorch the fuck out of the hardest substance. Yeah. Iron melts at 2,800, so the train tracks. I didn't even think about the fucking train tracks. Or the fact that the tram cars would have been a fucking pool of metal. Compare SS John Berg to Bikini Atoll footage. Looks the same. You got it. Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at the test footage too. But the Trumpy Doodle said Iran has nukes. I know.
Is still running, which is an incredible feat.
This and what is the distance that the heat would affect square miles? So it was saying that a radius of 3.5 kilometers, which is 2.1 miles, that it was, so anywhere within 2 miles was experiencing 3,000 to 4,000 degrees. Iran doesn't have central bankers, hence why the war. What's up? That shit would have vaporized. So yeah, again, this train car that this man is standing in right now is supposedly this train car that was 70 meters away from the blast.
Of the 650 series, which has a story of its own. The history of this car is written behind the driver. It's still used in the morning commute. So this streetcar, 651, was
700 meters. So we're looking at less than a half of a mile. less than a half of a mile away, but 2.5 miles away, or roughly 2 miles away, would have been 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Celsius. SS John Burke had at most 10,000 tons of explosives on board. That was nothing in World War II. They had plenty to spare to create fake nuke blasts. Some comments not getting through. Weird. I don't have any filters or censors or any sort of moderation on my YouTube. So I don't know what's going on with that and why it's doing that. But it's not me. They wouldn't be real because they're not fucking real. YouTube AutoMod has always done that. Well, fuck YouTube's AutoMod. Can I ban it?
100 meters away from the hypocenter, the driver...
The hypocenter. And remember, the hypocenter was 7,700 degrees. Now, I don't know how big the hypocenter fireball was specifically. It doesn't say. But it does say that within 1.2 kilometers, people directly exposed without shielding were burned all the way through all layers of their skin and into their tissues. The bombs are real, but nukes, as they are described, is literally impossible. And that's what I think. I think that, yes, they bombed Japan. I don't think they were nuclear bombs. I do think nuclear energy exists, because that's basically just a glorified steam engine. That's because nukes are fake. Yeah. Yeah. Search nuke lies. Good but old forum. Well, okay, so I don't want to fixate too much on the science behind why this doesn't fucking make any sense and how this 7,000 plus degrees Celsius fireball didn't completely crater the entire fucking city.
And 89 passengers lost their lives on that day.
And one guy lived.
Car 651 started service around Hiroshima in 1942. Here's a photo of car 651 following the bomb, pushed off the tracks, burned out, only the steel frame visible. This is still running, which is an incredible feat.
Removing the wooden material.
It's been maintained very well over the years. Even 80 years after its release, it is still a comfortable ride.
And so they weren't worried about radiation or, whoa, $10 more. What the fuck? Thank you, Stoops. Thank you, Stoops. Holy shit. Dude, I might be able to make rent this month. Let's fucking go. Big money. Some Facebook science going on here. Is it really though? Because I'm just taking their, or wait, maybe they were testing some things. So I'm just taking the things that they're saying and applying them to the other things that they're saying, and then the science that we have. Like, how am I Facebook sciencing what temperature metal melts at? And what temperature the government is telling me. Evening, mate, Rich. What's going on, Rich? We're looking at the absurdity of the temperatures of the nukes and how there were operational train cars within 72 hours, disregarding the fact that the blast radius was, according to the government, hot enough to melt steel and copper and turn things into plasma. Oh shit, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, G. Taylor. E equals MC squared is a fake equation. Yeah. Like brick melts. Yeah. Oh god, what is happening here? Fact check the fact checkers. And that's what the fuck is going on? Why does that sound keep happening? Thank you for the gifted memberships. Okay. I think that might have been the last one. Rich, I would love to talk to you about this. Okay. Because it's a very taboo topic that a lot of people don't want to talk about. And a lot of people want to go to like who was involved and get into, you know, the nuclear science and fission and fusion and all of these things. And I'm like, okay, well, let's look at the other science, and let's look at the fact that all of these train cars that were supposedly exposed to 4,000 to 7,700 degrees Celsius weren't completely vaporized, and they were operational within 72 hours, according to firsthand accounts. And a lady that was working one of the train cars that was exposed to the radiation and the blast, and is now 92 years old and giving her firsthand account. Rich and Seven talking news with Kabbalah symbology. I'd be down instantly. I'm here for it. Rich is a great person to talk to. And I'm not just saying that because he's here. I say that all the time.
思います。でも、皆さんが原爆にあったらもうこの町中が全部焼けちゃったと思うんですけど、場所によっては、電車がただ、残ったりとかしてますので、そういう電車を、もうこっちの車庫に持ってきて、で部品まだあったものを修理しているという。で、ひどいになるとやっぱり数ヶ月かかっています。
You have to notice the floor and what's underneath too.
There's a steel plate underneath.
The engine has been replaced with similar parts. These non-digital trains are actually much easier to repair than the newer models, but steel doesn't last forever. One day it will have to be retired. The streetcar used to require 2 staff members, the driver and the conductor, to issue and check tickets, but with digital IC cards now, the operation is handled by just one driver. It seems like Hiroden could easily replace.
Love the way you and Rich compliment each other when discussing topics. Yeah, me too. Oh, you guys can't see the video. I'm sorry. Oh, so they had, they took it off and showed you what was underneath. So you have all these like steel mechanical parts. And steel melts at less than 3,000 to 4,000 degrees, which was the supposed temperature of the 3.5 kilometer radius, according to the Hiroshima Peace Museum. So they replaced these things, but the frame was fine. So the steel parts got damaged, but the steel frame was okay. Enough to refurbish the tram car and put it back together within a couple of months.
Than the newer models, but steel doesn't last forever. One day it will have to be retired. The streetcar used to require 2 staff members, the driver and the conductor, to issue and check tickets, but with digital IC cards now, the operation is handled by just one driver. It seems like Hiroden could easily replace these with newer trains, but there's a great love for them in the city and within the company.
会社にとってこの列車とはめっちゃ大事。そうですね、特別な電車だとは思います。だから。
So the train company also makes money off of the tourism that comes with supposedly surviving a nuclear blast. They must have used magic known only to the Japanese. Maybe. I only know one thing in Japanese, and it's konosai, and it means like at this time. And I say it all the time. Usually not when I'm live, though.
なかなか
Konosai.
じゃあお役ごめんっていうのはなかなかまだ
It means like in this moment or something.
いかないんではないかな。だから100年後もしかしたら
I only remember it because I was playing Ghost of Tsushima and they said it, and then I repeated it, and it stuck in my head forever.
もしかしたらそれかまあ博物館に博物館かもしれないけど
I got a chance to take a look under the streetcar. It is normally serviced once a week, and I was
So yeah, all these tracks that they run on. My knowledge of this is a bit weak, mate. What I will say is that nuclear tech was used to try to rip the veil in New Mexico. Looks like part of the Babylonian working ritual involving a homunculus. Oh, like a chimera almost. And yeah, I'm far from like a nuclear physicist or like a scientist or anything. But it's one of those things where like once you start poking into the logic of it, it doesn't seem to add up, and it just reminds me of 9/11 all over again. You know, I'm not an architecture, but I know that jet fuel can't melt steel beams, right? We all know that. Well, I'll tell you this. Apparently, nukes can't melt steel train cars. And it just seems like there's a lot of parallels and so much to, and I do believe that nuclear energy does exist. I think nuclear energy is a super advanced steam engine, essentially. And those, you know, we had steam engines and we have nuclear facilities that do provide power. So I do think that there is nuclear power. I think that the nuclear bomb was the way to keep the public from gaining access to nuclear power under the guise that it is too dangerous for people to have, so that we could not have individual, limitless, clean energy.
Surprised at the good condition of the parts.
Now, that's just my opinion, is that nuclear reactors are just giant, over-technologified steam engines. What about lasers? What is that energy? Light? That's a good question. Somebody asked me if I believed in DEWs. I think there's more evidence to support the theory of direct energy weapons than there are nuclear devices used in Japan. Moonchild, Rosemary's Baby, basically they wanted to fill the vessel of the fetus with an entity, weird shit, so I think the tech was used for that as well. Klaus Schwab was involved in nuke tech. Oh, Klaus Schwab. Our species isn't smart enough to handle it. Microwaves. No free energy is possible. Thermodynamics says so. Nuclear power equals free energy, therefore fake. I don't think it's free energy, is it? I don't think they describe nuclear energy as free. Like, it doesn't come from nothing. I do think that they use certain reactions to superheat water. Yes, it is. Yeah, I thought they were just using like chemical reactions to superheat water. And that basically the amount of steam and shit that comes off of it is what the power is. It's just a giant steam engine. They have HARP changing the weather, energy weapons, right? Old world history stuff. I've been asked about like Tartaria and things like that before, and I haven't done enough research into it. What reactions? Magic, self-heating metals. That's not a chemical reaction. I mean, look, I'm down to keep an open mind. I'll tell you that right now. Maybe for the next stream we get into does nuclear power make sense? And nuclear energy. I'm always down to question everything. Thomas, the nuclear-powered steam train. Tartaria is a disinformation campaign. Another interesting thing is that Columbia Uni housed a particle accelerator that was used at the Trinity site. CERN used one. Yeah, I don't like CERN. They're building this thing called the Worldwide Large Hadron Collider Computing Grid. And I actually, so I talked about not being able to access their meeting minutes. And then I managed to get into them. And it's literally a Google Drive. Hold on. You guys ever heard of this? The Worldwide Large Hadron Collider Computing Grid. Look up how many colliders there are on a planet. Oh, so many. So the Worldwide Large Hadron Collider Computing Grid combines about 1.4 million computer cores and 1.5 exabytes of storage from over 170 sites in 42 countries. This massive distributed computing infrastructure provides more than 12,000 physicists around the world with near real-time access to Large Hadron Collider data and the power to process it. It runs over 2 million tasks per day, and at the end of the LHC's L2, global transfer rates exceeded 260 gigabytes per second. CERN provides about 20% of the resources of the World Large Hadron Collider computing grid. Nothing happens at CERN. It's a data harvesting center run by Swiss intelligence. That's why I bring up the computing grid, because I think it's they've basically like created this worldwide network that has a lot of I would say bandwidth power. Now you can get into some of their stuff. Well, that's not what I wanted. Rupert Sheldrake has interesting recent episode showing experimental evidence that gravitational constant big G is not constant, but depends on number of subatomic particles in substance. Iron does fall faster in a vacuum than carbon or lithium. Iconic, you have a lot of the same topics that Willett speaks about. That is Richard Willett. Yeah. But okay, so we just got done looking at just the heat. I could go into like the blasts, the radiation, all of these things, but I do, before I get too swept up and everything, I do want to check. I want to look at the footage of the miniatures. The Kali statue. Yeah, the isn't it a Shiva statue? This one? Outside of CERN? Weird stuff. Did you guys ever see that video of those people in the hoods, like surrounding that at night? Please tell me you guys saw that footage before. The nighttime. Now, it could have been fake, but I don't know. They're claiming that it's fake, and it very well could be. But then how did they get on CERN? How did they get on the campus and do this at night?
What the fuck?
There's a video of a CERN employee talking about it. It's been debunked. By CERN? Am I supposed to believe CERN? Hold on, let me see if this one looks like it's a little better resolution. Yeah. Oh.
What the fuck?
But yeah, I always thought that was kind of crazy. I did at one point I was able to access their meeting minutes. You really think that a place that high profile would not have security? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, so we're looking at the figure, the miniatures. They live down the street from Eli Lilly and they do rounds every 15 minutes. The security guards were on break. Were they the same security guards during the Epstein thing? The CERN sacrifice video has its own Wikipedia. That's funny. We can check it out. There's a found footage video that depicts a faux ritual occurring in the grounds of CERN, the intergovernmental organization that operates the largest particle physics laboratory in the world. Yeah, August 2016. That's funny. So did they ever figure out who it was? Oh, it's been banned on YouTube. Kash Patel's nuts are being twisted so hard his eyes are... How does the camera survive those kinds of blasts? They claim that the cameras in the film were housed in lead boxes with pinholes that were only big enough for the lens. I can't tell the difference. Their AI was so advanced back then. I think this is one of the most damning ones. So it shows a guy going in, right? And there were all those cars. Did you guys just see that? So it shows a man walking into the building with all of these cars around. And then it cuts and there's no cars. Why would they do that? Why would they move the cars? Unless they're two different shots. Why would they feel the need to splice those two things together? 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure those cameras didn't get damaged at all, and that film didn't get any extra exposure due to the extreme heat and light. Great work, mate. Love your research. Let's get together on a live soon. I am down, Richard. Anytime, brother. Anytime. So that is a good question. Is what was the heat of the blast during the tests? All right, so check this. This is from the National Institute of Health. You know, those trustworthy guys. For anyone that's not aware, Mary Lasker, her husband Albert Lasker, and Rockefeller all teamed up together so that Albert Lasker could sell people shit that would make them sick. His wife would then do studies on people getting sick and say, hey, we need to set up a new National Institute of Health dedicated to cancer. Right? That's one of the examples. And Albert Lasker, her husband, was the guy who did all the marketing for fucking Lucky Strikes. The filterless cigarette. 20 years go by, and Mary Lasker's like, hey, all these people are getting cancer. We should have government-funded studies to look into cancer. And then, so now taxpayer money goes into cancer through the National Cancer Society and shit like that. That was all Mary Lasker, her husband, Rockefeller, and a couple of other of their accomplices. If you look up the Lasker Awards, it is a symbol of the unborn one. The headless, armless angel is apparently the unborn one. And you guys can go look all this up too. Mary Lasker is considered the fairy godmother of health. But anyway, okay, so we'll disregard that for now. They could have started by stop giving childhood shots they call vaccines. Yes, anything the government calls war on grows exponentially. War on drugs, war on cancer. Yep. Okay, so according to the NIH, 1 megaton nuclear weapon can produce temperatures of about 100 million degrees Celsius at its center. Now, hold on. Why? So, okay, tell me why the Hiroshima Museum said that it was 7,700 degrees, and the National Institute of Health is telling me that it's 100 million degrees. There's a little bit of a discrepancy there. There's a tiny discrepancy in the reporting from the Hiroshima Museum talking about heat being 7,700 and the National Institute of Health telling me that it can be up to 100 million. There's a little bit of a difference. They meant 100 million to the fourth. 7,000 versus 100 million, slight difference. Making scale models involving fluids is really difficult. You can't just scale all structures and get an answer. Things like boundary layers, compressibility, and turbulence don't scale. So who do I believe now? Do I believe the Japanese government who said that it was 7,700? Or do I believe the American government who says that it's 100 million? The rate of expansion slows rapidly. Its average speed of expansion is no more than 5,000 to 10,000 miles per hour. 6,500 feet. More than 1 mile in diameter. And 1 second, about 1 second after the detonation begins, it's at its brightest. At a distance of 6 miles would be 300 times brighter than a desert sun at noon, and at 9 miles would still be 100 times brighter. This math is not adding up to me. I really think we are stupid, so the value of the scale model tests would be limited anyway. Yeah. Team Japan, they meant 100 million billion. Geez, God. Always trust the government, safe and effective, for profits. So bogus as a robot trying to convince you it's not miniatures, meaning you're or the target. See, and this goes about the brightness, but I'm more focused on the heat of the Nevada test site. .3 kilometers from the hypocenter. So if we take that into account, because this is the house we were just looking at, the one that the guy supposedly walked into. About 4 miles. It doesn't tell me a temperature. I'm still only 90% sure they do not exist though. Couldn't see Richards in here either, but I put on your screen. Weird. Is there a drop down that shows like top chat and live chat for you guys? Because when I'm looking at it, there's a live chat and there's a top chat. Top chat filters. Live chat, all messages are visible. Okay, so I want to know, so we have 2.3 kilometers from the hypocenter. Okay. This matters. This matters. The building was probably subjected to a blast of about 3 psi, which did not knock it down but caused heavy interior damage. Because of the different way blasts and thermal effects scale with weapon yield, the amount of thermal energy from a fireball at a 1 megaton detonation would be greater than that which occurred at the 3 psi range at Hiroshima. So that tells me a little more. Okay, so how many megatons was the blast? Does it tell me? But see, this one's saying that it was exposed to 5 psi. But this says it was... Are they two different buildings? The interior of the Hiroshima District Monopoly Bureau building. Okay, so from my understanding then, at 3 psi range from a 1 megaton detonation, the amount of thermal energy delivered by the fireball would be 3 times greater. How many megatons was the Nevada one? .3 megatons is what it's saying. A total of 85 nuclear tests were conducted 1965 and 1992. That does not help me. I still don't see the So Bogus accounts posts though. They're coming from Rumble. We have Rumble, YouTube, and Twitter. Well, Twitter isn't working for some reason. It always says that I'm not live. So how many megatons was this? Eat too much at Taco Bell and you'll produce more megatons than a nuke. How do I look at the original test? I want to know how many megatons were in the test, because then we can go back and we can look at the distance and try to use like the heat, and then see at what temperatures do the cameras fail and the film stops working or gets demolished. Should be theoretically be impossible to analyze the footage to see if it depicts air moving around a full-scale structure or something. 1/20th. It's all real, guys. I mean, I will say it is kind of fucked up what happened with the site getting hacked. The one that I was using for all my stuff, because they had like, basically you could just search for keywords and it would give you the articles that were submitted to the site. It would give you PDFs. It would give you books that people had submitted to the site and all kinds of shit. And it got hacked in December and now I can't access any of it. So I'm trying to scramble to find it all, because I told everyone that I would talk about nukes and why I think they're fake during the stream. And then last night when I went to go look some stuff up, I found out it got hacked. So I made a post about it and I was like, this is kind of fucked up timing. They say the video in the sky wasn't supposed to be recorded. Apparently a plane with a rolling camera just happened to be flying by. I believe it. So under atmospheric tests, one particularly significant occurred underground. That was the 1.3 megaton one. But I want to know, man, AI has just fucking ruined everything. See, I think this is talking about the kiloton. Yeah, this is an underground one also. I need to know if somebody can find me a source. If somebody can find me a source that specifies the megaton amount used during the bombs, during the test footage that we just watched, it would be appreciated, because I don't think I can find it. Especially with AI-generated small movie clips, it's going to get crazy in the coming years. Won't be able to tell real from fake. I agree. It was a no-fly zone. Ooh. Fuck. Test site guide. They've used AI on us for well over 20 years now. Do you guys know about them trying to deep fake Saddam Hussein to make him look gay? There's a, I believe it's a Washington Post article. Watch now, I'm not going to be able to find it. I'll try to find it for you guys. But there was talks of deep faking footage of Saddam Hussein. There were talks of projecting Allah in the sky. I think it was Washington Post. Let me try Kuwait. Yeah, okay, I found it. Washington Post. When seeing and hearing isn't believing. 1999. We have called you together to inform you that we are going to overthrow the United States government. So begins a statement being delivered by General Carl W. Steiner, former Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Special Operations Command. At least the voice sounds amazingly like him. But it is not Steiner. It is the result of voice morphing technology developed at the Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico. Sign up for Kagi Search. It's not free, so there's no ads. And you have a lot of control over what is shown and not shown. I wouldn't doubt it. Never heard of it before. There's a free tier of 100 searches a month. Saddam in thick lipstick and makeup. No, I don't want to see it. No, AI is one of the switches. Oh, thank God. First U.S. nuclear test weapon detonated during the Trinity test weighed approximately 10,000 pounds. This device, nicknamed the Gadget. Oh, here we go. And we're getting into deep fake voice technology. Look up Lukofa Charlie. All right. We still have to look at the SS John. Was it John Burke? Or something? John something. SS John. What was it again? I found 16 kiloton. Search Operation Q kiloton size. Operation Q, okay. The bomb for Operation Q yielded 30 kilotons, the equivalent of 30,000 tons of TNT. The first hydrogen bomb had already been tested in 1952. It yielded the equivalent of 10 million tons of TNT, or 10 megatons. So Operation Q was operating on 30 kilotons, and I doubt that it's like a proportion heat-wise. I'd have to do some math. So we had how much was this one? The energy released by the explosion of this atomic bomb was equivalent to 16 kilotons. So we have 16 kilotons that were dropped on Nagasaki, or on Hiroshima, versus the 30 kilotons for Operation Q. So the Operation Q bomb was larger then. The Operation Q kiloton was 30, and the kiloton for Hiroshima was 16. Double. Yeah, so this Operation Q, so if that's the case, then we're looking at, so we had what, 3.5 kilometers for a 4,000 degree blast radius? That would be 7 kilometers. That would be roughly 4 miles. It's like 4.2 miles. $4.3 miles. Right? So while Operation Q produced a blast area 3 miles out, the hydrogen bomb blast area extended 16 miles and the fallout reached 1,000 miles. Makes me wonder about the name 3 Mile Island. They have a video with troops standing right under a nuke during detonation. Yeah, don't they have like the Bikini Atoll where they're all just like watching? Literally didn't feel it. Oh, wait, what? So, realistically then, the heat probably would have been higher and probably would have been larger. So, what temperature does... What was the film that was used? What film used during Operation Q? Nuclear tests. That's not it. Operation Q, AV Geeks. Maybe? Maybe they can tell me about the film? This is literally just a documentary. Okay. That doesn't help me either. I need to know what kind of film was used so I can look at the thermo fail rate. We have a video far more powerfully than a nuke. Operation Ranger? Yeah, I don't know. Rapatronic Camera. A Faraday cell. 2 filters mounted. It doesn't say what kind of film it uses. That's not what I wanted. And that just takes me to the... Okay. Nokia flip phone. They built a nuclear-proof camera before a nuke. That make sense. Technically, Trump's not lying when he says Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's true. That's true. And you know the way these Kabbalists are. They'll tell you the truth in a way that makes you believe in something that isn't true. They'll tell you the truth with their words, but they mean something different than what they say verbatim. It's doublespeak. The art of doublespeak. So it was the SS John something we were supposed to look at. SS John Burke. No, I don't have that. Okay. It's showing me I'm having to watch this video on Facebook. I don't have Facebook. Oof. That was a kamikaze? So this is a non-nuclear explosion producing a mushroom cloud. Primarily utilized high-speed cinematography to capture the rapid events of the explosions. Doublespeak has nothing on Newspeak. What's Newspeak? Hegelian dialectic. Classic. Operation Team Pot film used. Nuclear test film. This is probably gonna... Oh, okay. So it's fine when Mark Andressen says it.
Was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians.
How did they fake it?
They just did, yeah, exactly.
So this is it?
Well, so there's a, yeah. Okay, so here's a question, right? So what happened? Okay, so this is great. Okay, you'll love this. So what happened to the camera?
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. What happened
How
to
is
the
that
camera?
happening yet the camera's like totally stable and fine?
Oh my.
You telling me I'm over here doing like heat differentials and looking at melting points and shit, and all he has to say is what happened to the cameras, and Joe Rogan's like, oh my god, you're right. What happened to the cameras? Are you fucking kidding me? This is our barrier of entry for news. What is he, 15? Primarily, it won't say that it was a different type of film. It's made up. If somebody can specifically find me the type of film that was used, you're talking about Joe Rogan though, so that's not surprising at all. I mean, yeah, I know. I didn't expect much, and I was still disappointed. Like the bar was as low as it could be, and I was like, what is he about to talk about? The cameras.
And by the way, and the film is fine.
Oh my god.
Now the film, that's something to look at, because I'm talking about the heat.
This looks like how you shoot.
Well, by the way, okay, we'll do this one. We'll do the loop one more time here.
The Rapatronic camera used special glass plates for film? But wasn't it like a high-speed shutter? How did they move glass that fast? These are the pictures of the bombs from... This is what I'm supposed to believe this camera captured as pictures. This is that Rapatronic camera, apparently. What is that? That looks like bullshit. This was their special, like... This was their special nuke-proof camera, and the pictures that it took. Why didn't the glass melt? Good question. That's a great question. What temperature does glass melt at? (1600°C). Remember, the bomb that they used for the test footage was double the megatons of, or the kilotons of Hiroshima. We're talking 30 to 16. Glass melts at 1600 degrees. How was that film fine? Even if I went off of they used glass for the film, how was the film not melted? James T. Webb film used, it could see 4 million years into the past. Fucking, that's the telescope, isn't it? Or the satellite fucking camera bullshit. Space is fake. I've always thought that. Not always. Not always. I was a kid once. I wanted to be an astronaut once. Or I at least wanted to go to space at one point. But I was a kid. Now I'm like, man, I don't know. Trinity shot, Rapatronic photography, 10 million frames per second. A coil is wrapped around a special glass cylinder. When induced with an electric current, a magnetic field created by the coil opens and closes the shutter in rapid succession. The rapid action and electronic nature. Okay. Curved film between each actuation, slightly rotate, 10 billionth of a second later. Banks of 4 to 10 cameras.
This is a Rapatronic camera that Harold Edgerton and I developed specifically for photographing atom bomb explosions.
It's only available in 144p.
It's called a Rapatronic camera because the shutter is a rapid action electronic shutter brought about by means of a coil of wire wrapped around a special glass cylinder, and a condenser discharges through that cylinder in the same way that you produce an electronic flash, but instead of...
Okay, so you're telling me that when glass is exposed to 1600 degrees Celsius heat, it melts. And all of these cameras that supposedly captured this footage had glass cylinders in them. And we talk about the size of the blast being twice as big, or the power of the blast being twice as big as it was in Hiroshima. Remember, we're doing 30 kilotons to 16. And we had 7,700 degrees Celsius at Hiroshima. And the NIH says that the nuclear blast can be up to 100 million degrees Celsius.
A flash, the energy of the magnetic field opens and closes the shutter in 3 millionths of a second. Now, in order to turn this camera on and off at the proper time, we had a delay mechanism down at this end of the camera. Coming into the camera, feeding in through these couplings in here through cables, was a photocell signal. which would determine zero time. And this photocell would pick up the light coming from the X-ray of the casing of the bomb long before it exploded, and we'd call that zero time. We'd feed that signal into the camera in here, and then by means of this knob in here, we would adjust the actual delay, and we could adjust the delay from a few microseconds out to several hundred milliseconds out at this end. We can start out with a whole series.
Oh, so they just used a knob? They used a little knob to time the footage. With the explosion, they were like, we have nanoseconds and milliseconds. So they just turned a knob? Really? That's how they did that? Okay.
Of these cameras, let's say we start at...
I've done the math and scienced it around for a bit. I've worked out that all nukes exploded at 6 gorillion degrees. I'd believe it. Hey, ask the ADL. They'll tell you. They'll tell you. It was 6 gorillion.
At 100 millionths of a second after zero time. Then we can delay the next camera for a few millionths of a second later, and delay the next camera for maybe 100 millionths of a second later, and the next camera for maybe a millisecond later, and so on, 100 milliseconds later. The reason for taking these pictures was to measure the diameter of the expanding fireball from the explosion at different times. And this information could then be used to determine the efficiency of the explosion.
Yeah, okay, bud. All right there, bud. What's his name? Charles Wyckoff. Whoa! What the fuck? Girth Brooks, gotta head out. I have a girlfriend also. Be safe, everyone. And 7, Watcher 6. You got it, brother. Thank you for the fucking donation. Holy shit. Dude, you guys have effectively paid my water bill for the month. Ever since I got that smart meter installed that I couldn't fucking opt out of, the bill's gone up. Surprise, surprise. Okay, so this motherfucker was at MIT, first of all. Already first red flag. Thank you for the fucking $20, dude. That's fucking awesome. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, if you guys want to look into the company that forced me to get a smart meter on my house, otherwise I wasn't allowed to have water, super sketchy shit. There's been a lot of sketchy shit going on around me. Girth Brooks, thank you again, brother. I hope you have an awesome rest of the night. I'll be live tomorrow as well. Probably cutting it short because I will be I'm going to an event as a guest. And I'm going to be gone Friday, Saturday, and probably most of Sunday. Happening in Indy too, smart meters everywhere, especially apartments. Oh, I'd believe it. I'd believe it. What they're trying to do is get it to where they can read your consumption in real time all the time. All right, so first we have MIT. He was later engaged by CBS to analyze the famous Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination. So you're telling me that this guy that made up this bullshit about these fucking cameras was also supposed to analyze the filming of the Kennedy? Hold on, dude. Something is... I don't like this. Something's not adding up. I wonder if I can opt out still. They say it's a $108 fee with Consumers Energy, but I don't know. It's so great seeing 7 grow and getting known. Dude, I appreciate that. Look, man, I'm just tired of getting fucking lied to. And every time I hop on the internet There's some motherfucker trying to sell me something, lie to me, and make everybody believe that the government's not that bad. Wait a minute. Okay. So in 1975 with Edgerton, Robert Rines, he made headlines by allegedly photographing the Loch Ness Monster. Okay, wait a minute. So you're telling me, I just read that right here. The same guy that created the camera for the nukes also studied the JFK films and was the guy that allegedly photographed the Loch Ness Monster. The guy that made one of the cameras that they used to film the nuclear tests also photographed the Loch Ness Monster. What are the odds? What are the odds that that would be the same guy? You guys still believe in nukes? That's why we don't have NASA tech to go back yet. Do you guys still believe in nukes? He's just a super lucky and well-connected dude. He's a life fellow at the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers. And he was made a fellow of the Society for Imaging Science and Technology. I didn't even know that. So doesn't that just make it even more ridiculous? The guy that supposedly created one of the cameras that filmed the nuclear blasts also was one of the guys studying the Kennedy assassinations, and also was one of the guys that allegedly photographed the Loch Ness Monster. His name is Charles Wyckoff. And when you disregard the heat, the blast radius, the tram cars, the people that worked at the site that are 90 plus years old, the firsthand accounts, the melting point of steel and brick and copper and glass, and the size of the blast of 16 kilotons versus 30 for the test footage, and that the camera from the test footage was made by the guy who claims he photographed the Loch Ness Monster. And the oleanders that were growing at ground zero 6 months after the blast, even though they projected that 70 years would be the minimum half-life for radiated decay. The Loch Ness Monster was photographed inside the nuclear explosion photographs, which in turn was photographed in the Zapruder. You think if we look close enough at the blast radius, we'll see the guy in the hat? What if this is where the grassy knoll came from? The name like that, he probably doesn't have a social security. I want to know more about this guy. Charles Wyckoff, photo expert. Charles Wales Wyckoff, expert on high-speed photography who analyzed the Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination for CBS Corp, searched for the Loch Ness Monster for the PBS series Nova, and had his images of atomic bomb blast published in Life magazine, died Saturday in Needham, Massachusetts. He was 82. Born in Cleveland, graduated from Dartmouth, went to MIT. He was a founding member of the research and development firm EG&G. for which he developed a system for photographing atmospheric nuclear bomb blasts. Well, who funded EG&G, I wonder? I wonder where they got their funding from. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Oh, we got something. Specialized photosensitive materials for laser research. This research was supported by the by ARPA? So this guy, okay. So this guy his company worked with ARPA. Is that not shady as fuck? Prepared for the Air Force Cambridge Research Laboratories, Office of Aerospace Research, United States Air Force. Hey guys, remember Juneteenth is tomorrow? Okay. That means absolutely nothing to me. I used to get Juneteenth off for work. Another episode where I go, fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna need to map this out somewhere. I'm gonna do a nukes map for you guys, and we're gonna start including all of this shit. So first off, I want to put Charles Wyckoff on here. So Charles Wyckoff, through EG and G, was partnered with ARPA he did the Kennedy films, or I guess the Zapruder films. Did I miss the religion dive, or is that not for this stream? Nah, that's that'll be another one. I was gonna do the Abrahamic religions deep dive, and then Alex Jones started fear-mongering people about nukes. So I reposted him and I said, nukes aren't real, you dumb bitch. So everyone was like, wait, do you have proof that nukes aren't real? And you can't prove a negative, so I made it a point to try to poke holes in the official theory and story, and disprove the government. Basically, the Japanese government, the American government. And through that, we have found out so much stuff. I'll put it to you like this. Anybody that was on the fence, Seven Seas is an AI-generated propaganda machine that teaches humans to do their own research. Prove me wrong. I haven't found any connection that doesn't add up yet. An anti-Ian Carroll AI. Man, I wish I was AI. Living is expensive. If I could just be housed in a couple of transistors, it would be free, but I wouldn't be free. You see the trade? In fact, it probably wouldn't be free. They'd probably charge me to exist on a server somewhere. So you know what? Fuck that. Gotta pay to live. It's one giant microtransaction. Oh man. Operation Teapot. What was it called? What was the camera called? It was a something. Ratoscopic, Rapatronic. I wonder if anybody's ever figured that out before. Do you think any conspiracy theorist has been like, dude, the guy that did the fucking cameras for the nukes is the guy that did Loch Ness Monster? That's insane to me. And the JFK films. This version of your AI works well. It's convincing enough people to think for themselves. Dude, my only goal is to get people to stop trusting the government because they are liars. Honestly, first I've ever heard of it. I'm going to make a post about that. I'm going to make a post about that, and I'm going to be like, hey, did you guys know that these fucking things that they say were captured by this fucking special camera that this guy made that was partnered with DARPA with his company to create these things so that blah, 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 and he just so happened to be... I'll make a post about it, and people will be like, what the fuck? I'll get like 5 people that'll be like, what the fuck? That'll be good. That'll be a good time. 3 special coincidences around one dude. If people still trust government after pandemic nonsense, there's no hope for them. Good point. Good point. Crazy, crazy stuff. So I'm thinking what I'll probably do.
And then by means of this knob, flash, but instead of...
I'm going to take some screenshots here. Let's put the Rapatronic camera here next to Operation Teapot. Dude, that's insane. I was not expecting to learn the ARPA connection, the Zapruder films, or the Loch Ness Monster thing. Let's go get wild shit. The Zapruder films and the Loch Ness Monster. That's, dude, what are the odds? So, what is the Samson option if nukes are all fake? This one bugs me. It's a giant fucking farce. It's them being like, hey, we're gonna totally blow up the whole world if you guys don't listen to us. And really, it's just them being them. You know what I'm talking about. Those people being the way that they are, doing the things that they do all the time, everywhere, through all of history. That's just what they do. All right, let's see here. So we have that. I need to get that ARPA shit on here. I need to do his connections to MIT. Okay. Samson Option is propaganda. Yes. The pathological type I just got here. Who, the Babylonian money magic prison? Yeah. Dude, so welcome to the stream, Nick. Dude, we just learned some crazy shit. All right, so to recap everybody, let me map out some more things here, and then I'll make sure that you guys get a quick recap. And if anybody wants to screen or like clip it, because it's fucking retarded, please do. Israel can't destroy shit without America and its resources. True. Agreed, it's propaganda, but can they still destroy the world with it? Now, I do think that they have a fuck ton of missiles, and they have drones and all this shit, right? But I don't think that they're able to nuke the entire planet, because nukes aren't real. Iron Dome is pure money laundering. 20 plus missiles to take out one incoming missile. I want you guys to do me a favor. I want you to watch the Halliburton stock price every time the Iron Dome stops a missile. You guys remember who is in charge of Halliburton, don't you? Or who was, I guess, because he's dead as fuck. Who was the main guy that was behind Halliburton in the Middle East? Bush, I mean, more so Dick Cheney, but yeah. Yeah, Dick Cheney was behind getting Halliburton into the Middle East. And then Halliburton just so happens to be the one to fund the Iron Dome. You know, I'm sure those were unrelated. I'm sure that the trillions of dollars that got spent in the Iraq war, none of that went to like helping to build the Iron Dome or anything. Okay, so Nick, what you missed? Cheney's still alive? He is? I thought Dick Cheney died. Am I thinking of, oh, I'm thinking of John McCain. I was thinking of John McCain. My bad. Got a little mixed up there with my, oh, it says episode 1 up top. Whoops. Hey, that's how you know we're not a legit operation around here. Hold on. There we go. All right. Episode 2. Welcome to episode 2, everybody. Yeah, my bad. I got to mix up with Dick Cheney. Or not Dick Cheney, fucking John McCain. That was my fault. I was thinking of John McCain's daughter and mixing her up with Liz Cheney because they're both fucking annoying and blonde. But yeah, so Dick Cheney, very much still alive. John McCain, dead as fuck. Great channel, thanks. Hey, thank you, brother. They're both dicks, so he's a mistake. Hey, I appreciate that. All right, so Dead as fuck. All right, so we've got Charles Wyckoff. Charles Wyckoff was responsible for creating the Rapatronic Camera. Bro, did you see Cindy McCain had a major orgasm when Tehran was bombed? What? No? What? Like and subscribe because Seven won't tell you to do it. I'm sorry, man. I'm really bad at selling myself. Charles Wyckoff, one of the developers of the Rapatronic camera, that was the bullshit ass camera that apparently used glass to film this out of the nuclear blast, right? So this bullshit ass camera technology that he has apparently captured these pictures during Operation Teapot, right? So this is very powerful glass. Apparently the 1600 degree melting point of glass completely ignored the laws of physics of the, multiple thousand degrees fireball and the heat that was pushed. Nuke-proof glass made before nukes. Yeah, exactly that. Like they had the glass and the technology to withstand the nuke before they had the nuke to test the nuke to see how powerful it was. Crazy that we're able to do stuff like that. So this Charles Wyckoff, an expert on high-speed photography who analyzed the Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination for CBS, searched for the Loch Ness Monster for the PBS series Nova, and managed to apparently take a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. So you have a guy who started his own company called EG&G that was partnering with ARPA, created this camera that had this glass in it that supposedly survived the heat of the blasts. He went to MIT, and he was the guy that analyzed the JFK assassination footage and just so happened to be the guy to capture a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. If it's that famous fake photo of the Loch Ness, it is the one you are fucking thinking of. Oh, what is this? This is completely different. Is this the photo that he supposedly took? Oh, shit! Everyone like and subscribe. Thank you for the fucking $10, G. Taylor. Nick, what's that? You don't want to know my crazy idea I came across? All the fake footage, all the fake photos are grainy too, UFO, all of them. Dude, thank you for the fucking support, you guys. This is fucking awesome. I can't thank you enough. And then what's with the pictures of the dolphins? I don't understand that. The Nessie quest. Get the fuck out of here. But before that myth was debunked, MIT Harold Doc Edgerton gamely joined the Nessie quest. In the last 2 decades of his life, the Institute professor found time to lend his legendary expertise in strobe photography and sonar to the search for the creature said to lurk in the Scottish Loch. I need to look up this Edgerton guy too. Harold Edgerton, because he was the other guy working with Charles. Or Edgerton. I don't know how you say it. Doc Edgerton. Stroboscope. Son of Richard Edgerton, one of the founders of Norwich, Connecticut, and the great-granddaughter of Governor William Bradford, who came over on the fucking Mayflower. Edgerton participated in the discovery of the American Civil War battleship, the USS Monitor. While working with Cousteau, he acquired the nickname Papa Flash. And then Doc Edgerton, so this guy that also worked on the fucking the EG&G company with Wyckoff, was also looking for Atlantis. Jackson Hinkle is also a Mayflower descendant. Max Blumenthal is a spy and was in Iran to make sure everything was in place. He's the liaison between Mossad and the Indian Mossad assets. He took his wife Anya to translate. Yeah, not the famous black and white photo, but it's still, dude. That's crazy. He was a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He became a member of the United States National Academy of Sciences in 1964. Wait a minute. So was this after? No. So he was already part of that and then went to go look for Atlantis. And a member of the American Philosophical Society. He has his own center at MIT that was dedicated to him in 1992. Yeah, I don't like this guy. These guys sound like pioneers, meaning they were part of the Brotherhood. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you already know. You already know. Okay, so this other guy then, Doc Edgerton, who also went to MIT, was also part of EG&G and the ARPA project. I think he was part of it. His name's not on the document. But he co-founded the company and worked alongside Wyckoff on the Rapatronic Camera. Also went to MIT. And he was apparently looking for fucking Atlantis. Ridiculous. And didn't it say somewhere that Doc helped him with it? A decade later, Life published a 2-page spread of a photograph of the sun's corona taken from a high-altitude NASA jet with high-speed color film invented by Mr. Wyckoff. You worked with NASA? He worked with NASA and ARPA. And he apparently took pictures of the sun's corona. So space is definitely fake. I would say so. He left EG&G to found Applied Photosciences. last year he plumbed the depths of Loch Ness. He was awarded the E.I. DuPont Gold Medal by the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers for his work on high-speed photography and photo instrumentation. When was this article from? 1998. That's fucking retarded. There's water above the firmament. Van Allen belts. Guys, I want to fake something impossible. We're going to sell it and sell it hard. We're going to fake an impossible bomb. I know some guys who know about fake stuff. I'll call them. Yep. Had to be old money somewhere. Yeah, so you have this guy tied back to the fucking Mayflower. What was the dude's name? William Bradford. So this was this guy's like great grandfather. So I think it's probably important to look up William Bradford. Immigrated to the Plymouth colony on the Mayflower. He was a signatory to the Mayflower Compact and went on to serve as the governor of the Plymouth colony intermittently for 30 years. He served as a commissioner to the United Colonies of England on multiple occasions and served twice as president. Wait, he was the president of the United Colonies of England? I believe the rocket that hit the firmament, the water-looking streak, I believe that was the edge of this place we live. I trust the scraping effect was real. I did not know this. I didn't either. So this guy descended from the president of the New England colonies. That's kind of crazy. I'm proud Glover, but what we've been told about our accomplishments in space is a lie. Oh yeah, we never went to the moon. They want us focused looking upwards into fake space instead of outer space, east, west, north, south. Used to be a Glover, but I get it. Look, I'm nothing. I'm like I don't care if the Earth is a quadratetrahedron. I know the government's lying. I know NASA's lying. And I know it's all of them. I know it's all the governments. I know it's the cosmonauts. I know it's the Chinese. You guys remember seeing that Indian footage that proved that we went to the moon? What about the Mayflower Compact is about? It was a document that bound people coming over here. Yeah, we're going to look at that right now. Between the settlers of New Plymouth was the first governing document of the Plymouth colony. It was written by the men aboard the Mayflower, consisting of separatist Puritans, adventurers, and tradesmen. Although the agreement contained a pledge of loyalty to the king, the Puritans and other Protestant separatists were dissatisfied with the state of the Church of England, the limited extent of the English Reformation, and reluctance of King James I of England to enforce further reform. Signing the covenant were 41 of the ship's 101 passengers. We whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord King James. Sorry. Wonder, I can trace my family back to Mayflower, but that's based on 23andMe. Oh no! Leica was real, damn it. Maybe. Probably not. But maybe. Need a working flat Earth model to buy into. We have a working globe model, but either way, they kept lying about space, and what they really know about it. They do so much to divide us because they know if we banded together, it would be a wrap for parasites and their agendas. My thing is, everyone wants a good life, and everyone can agree that the government sucks. Why is that not enough? I want a better life. The government sucks. That should be enough to unite everybody in the world. What even is the moon? The moon is gay. That should be enough to unite everybody in the world. They want us arguing about it so we don't focus on the real shit. Governments are compromised, blackmailed, and bought off. I look up at space and still think about Leica the dog. Yeah, is the moon plasma? No? I don't think so. Don't need what we can't access when we've existed for a long time. That's my whole thing about, like, vaccines. Oh, so all of a sudden now, magically, after, like, thousands and thousands of years, now our immune systems just aren't good enough? Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. We only got this far. So yeah, I don't like how many ties this guy has to that shit. I want to read about this ARPA project, though. Laser emission studies are described in terms of their spectral sensitivity. What if this is the beginning of DEWs? Exhibited toleration to energy densities of 45 joules centimeter squared response. Specialized photosensitive materials for laser research. Charles Wyckoff, responsible for the experimental silver halide emulsion formulation, coating, and evaluation. Responsible for the photochromic and dye synthesis and non-silver halide systems evaluation. Oh, no. Okay, this just looks like laser writing to film. Look at Magic Johnson, fake AIDS. But it was the AZT killing people. Yeah, fucking Fauci. Fear makes people do wild shit. Magic was told if he wanted to live, he needed to trans his kid. He took the deal. Yup. Man wasn't designed to go to space or the bottom of our oceans and many, many other places. Technology has brought us closer, but we're not there yet. Yeah, it's funny how many celebrities have trans kids. Yeah. It reminds me of all the celebrities that were adopting foreign children back in the day. Was it like Angelina Jolie and who were the other ones? I think Paris Hilton bought a child or something. I don't remember. There were like, before we could trans kids, they were like, let's get all these African children. Charlize Theron. Yeah. And now it's, oh, well, fuck the African kids. I'm going to have my own kid, and I'm going to make him cut his dick off. How many military personnel have kids who are stars? I was talking about this the other day with somebody. Because, like, when you look at, you know, Tom Segura's father was like this, he's like a big shot investment firm guy. Yeah, Madonna was another one. When you look at like Bert Kreischer, his dad is like a huge real estate mogul, right? You have Joe Rogan, who allegedly his like stepfather was a big media personality. You know, so it's like you see all these people that are supposedly famous with like very well connected or rich fathers, and the father was just never in the limelight, so they allow the child to become the star. $500,000's like $5. You don't want these nice things. For the love of money is the root of all evil. I would say the love of power. Because, all right, I'm going to throw you guys some weird theories. I think that money is Kabbalistic mysticism to alchemize the will of people. What do I mean by that? I mean that never before in history, before money was invented, could you just be like, hey, you're going to do whatever I want you to, here's X amount of thing. Right? There was no universal thing. Like, some people didn't want the potatoes that you were trying to give them to go assassinate somebody. Maybe people didn't want a cow that you had to offer them. So instead, they created this thing that was a representation of all things. So no matter what your desire was, they were able to gift you with access to it. And if that's not alchemizing people's willpower, I don't know what is. Frank Zappa, Jim Morrison, the guy from the band America. Yeah. All right. So here's another one. I think that computer code is mysticism. And I think that that's how they catch us all. I think that's how they get all of us practicing the Kabbalah. I think binary and computer code are all loose Kabbalistic principles, and by us engaging with the technology, we are all using it. Same with scientific formula. Yeah. Yoga, chakra, yep. C++ is demonic. I mean, like, when you look at like the duality of the Kabbalah and the duality of binary. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Before we had computer code, was there any way to like not physically do something that then impacted something in the real world? I want off this ride. That's my, like, when you're writing computer code, you're doing spells. Exactly. You're casting spells. Yeah. So that's a crazy fucking theory that I have, is that all these computers and all this technology that was all set up by a certain group of people, Silicon Valley and all the, all this, I think all of it was, hey, let's find a way to get everybody to do Kabbalah. Bitcoin is a high liquidity laundering instrument. Correct. Quantum AGI runs on Kabbalistic programming. It's been used to steer science, math, and religious interpretations for around 70 years now. Talk to Kurt Metzger. I would gladly have a conversation with Kurt Metzger, but I have talked so much shit about Jimmy Dore I don't know if he would be willing to sit down with me. Electricity, the way they have it, is evil. Well, L is another name for Saturn, and electricity. That's why we have elections to allow the elite who gives a fuck. I mean, I don't give a fuck. But yeah, I'd happily sit down with Kurt Metzger. I just know someone told me he's like tied to the Jimmy Dore show or something. And I've talked a lot. I've said a lot of shit about Jimmy Dore. I heard a talk by Anthony Patch one time, and he said when they were recruiting at MIT, they came out and told them they would be doing demonology. They know there's spiritual reality. Do you have a link to that? Most of the footage we see out of Israel is either AI or old videos from Gaza. When you delve into quantum mechanics and quantum science, you end up at the Kabbalah. We all say shit about Jimmy Dore. Oh, okay. Kurt says he's all about truth, worth a shot. I mean, if somebody wants to reach out to him for me, I'll look. I rarely reach out to people because I have a serious case of imposter syndrome, and I don't feel as though I am worth anyone's time. So I hesitate to reach out to people, and usually it comes from like us having a conversation or an interaction somewhere along the way, where I am like, okay, hey, you want to come do my show? Otherwise, I'm like, man, this person doesn't give a fuck about me, and they shouldn't. I don't deserve them to give a fuck about me. They don't owe me anything. So I'm always like, well, just fuck it, man. Whatever. Lots of nifty shit they've been doing to us we don't even realize they're doing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That makes you lovable. You're so humble and relatable. Well, while I appreciate that, I also know that it fucks me in the long run. This attitude will change over time, I hope, because you're really good and deserve interesting guests. You got this, 7. I'm on vacation. I'm staying off Twitter. Dr. Ning tagged me too. Podcast you go on don't let you cook on purpose. That's how it feels. It fucking feels that way because look, okay, so question. Anybody that came in maybe like somewhat on the fence about nukes, now that we've looked at some things together. Yeah, Charlie Robinson let me cook. Higher Side Chats let me cook. Those were great. I think both of those were great conversations. But look at how much time it took me to okay, let's look at the nuke thing. Let's look at the temperature. Let's look at the blast radius. Let's question the logic. Let's look at firsthand accounts. Let's look at the melting temperatures. Let's look at the people involved. Let's look at the test footage. Let's look at the cameras involved with the test footage. Who made the cameras? And they never let me get there. They always cut me off or something, or they'll distract me and get me going on another point. Peter Duke, he was talking about no nukes yesterday. Yeah, fuck that. Keep the circle small. They're almost all plants. I will say, I'm basically at the point now where I automatically have to operate under the assumption that everybody is a Fed but me. Everyone is a plant but me. They're trying to distract me and pull me away from things I'm researching on. And they're trying to get me to go down these like dead-end fucking conspiracy theory things. Or they're trying to like reach out to me to be friendly so they can fucking fish me for information. And until they can prove that they're not, and there's a theme here, because you remember at the top of the stream, I said you can't prove a negative. I assume that everyone is. Has anyone seen this Kay Griggs interview from 1998, 7 hours, 45 minutes, former wife of a Marine colonel trying to make general, talks about Israel and Kabbalism, all top military are homosexuals? I haven't seen that, but I mean, 7 hours and 45 minutes is a long ass fucking time. But I mean, I have some stuff coming up, and I would love to be there, dude. Derek Bros and Whitney Webb field controlled, so I question the IMA. I question everything and everybody. I question myself sometimes. I think that's healthy. I'm like, am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right path? Am I going down the right rabbit hole and giving out information that I feel like will impact other people's lives positively? Just because you have gay sex for Masonic reasons doesn't make you a homosexual. That's fair. Just remain humble. I mean, that's all I can do. That's all I can do. I'm so insecure about the success that I've had. I don't feel like I have any other choice. Hey, Greg's interview can be listened to like a podcast. No need to watch it. Worth the time, right? And that's how you know you're going the right way. It's lonely. Have a couple times. Very eye-opening for sure. Jack Black's mom. I brought that up one time. I was on the Apollo Detectives and we were talking about the moon landing, and I brought up and I was like, what are the odds that Jack Black's mom just so happened to like help write some of the science behind the NASA Apollo missions? Isn't that weird to anybody else? And I guess nobody else on the Apollo Detectives thought it was that weird, because they were like, okay. I was like, that's not weird to you guys? I question Catherine Austin Fitz more than anyone else on the independent media group thing. I know Paulie was talking about her. I will say, she is a former Bush administration official. So it's always important to keep that in mind. Yep. I'll leave it at that. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that's okay. Voice to skull research. That's I wonder sometimes. Ever since holy shit, you're still going? Dude, okay, so here's what you guys have to understand. I come from a video game streaming background. So I'm used to going like 6, 7 hours, 8 hours. I did a 100-hour stream one time where I was like sleeping on camera and shit. So I can go. Dive it yet? Wait, what? Mr. Global, the interdimensional being that is controlling all of us. Sorry. What games did you play? I mean, a little bit of everything, but I was bad at every game that I've ever played. Every game that I've ever played, I've been bad at. I just really like them. Voice to skull. Ever since I heard about voice to skull, I think to myself in a different pitch now. Like, you know, when you have the inner monologue and it sounds like you, I changed the pitch of mine. And now I'm like, I wonder if I can, because then now they'll have to imitate that. Otherwise I'll know. So you have to train yourself to monologue in a voice that is not yours so that you can make yourself impervious to the voice to skull. 7C is going to do a web on 7Cs, or am I in the wrong timeline? I mean, I could do a web about me, but it's only going to be about 4 points. I worked at Kroger. I was a bag boy at Kroger once when I was 17. I was a cashier by the time I hit 18. That's pretty impressive. That's moving up the ladder. You want to talk about Ian Carroll coming up with 1 million followers. After a year at Kroger, I went from bag boy to cashier. How about that? I've had like 14 jobs at least. I've probably had around that many. Because after Kroger, I went to like a bunch of fucking like factory jobs. And I was basically working factories. After that, I was a pizza delivery driver for Domino's. And then I worked in a couple more factories. And then I worked at a call center for a cell phone company doing customer service and tech support. And then I went to work at a security installation company where I installed home security systems and cameras. And then I worked for a social media company for a while. And then I quit and I started streaming on YouTube. I worked sales at a call center for DirecTV. I was T-Mobile. Right when they were like about to acquire Sprint. I was like on my way out right before they bought it. I was like, all right, peace out, y'all. I'm going to go install security systems. I was making $16 an hour. And they tried to get you to sell new lines and shit all the time. I was always at the bottom. And it was like, hey, your customer ratings are perfect, but your sales are 0. That's a problem. And I'm like, I thought I was here to do fucking customer service. Why don't you harp on the sales team about not doing sales? And I got in trouble for that a lot. That is a great book. They've been doing it for many, many more years than people think. Check out the book Microwave Auditory Effects and Applications by James C. Lynn, PhD, for information on voice to skull. You got it. We're live building a web on 7 himself. I had to sell DirecTV to people who left DirecTV because they hated DirecTV. I used to do, right after, okay, so I did miss a point. Between Kroger and the factories, I did a door-to-door sales job for AT&T Uverse, where I was knocking on people's doors. And I had guns pulled on me and dogs chase after me. And I had people trying to like have sex with me and shit, and not like attractive people. I had, dude, all kinds of crazy shit. Like I was going to the ghetto and doing credit checks on people. It was not a good time. I was going to the ghetto to go do credit checks. And you didn't do the credit check until after you did the presentation. So you had to sell them on it first. And then they had to pass a credit check. And if they didn't, it was just like, well, sorry, unless you want to pay a $500 deposit, you don't get any of the things I just told you I could give you. That sucked. I will say, though, it was really fucking eye-opening to see how many people you could just go up to their house, talk to them for 35 minutes about cable, and then they would give you their birthday and social security number. What about James Corbett? I haven't looked enough into James Corbett to know anything. We know 7 is hiding his CIA past, obviously. That's why we're all here, not because he literally calls out these exact kinds of people. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, I'm not here to make friends, right? I don't give a shit who likes me. I don't care if I piss off people that maybe I like. The truth is the truth. And if you have a problem with me telling the truth, that sounds like something that you need to reconcile with yourself. So if anybody that claims to like me or enjoy my content or is a supporter of mine that is in this space with me, and I dig up some shit about you that you did that I think is fucked up, and I talk about it, are you mad at me for telling the truth, or are you mad at yourself? And that's what I don't get with the wellness company people. I'm like, what are you guys mad that I'm calling out the shit that you're doing? You're mad at me for saying it, but you don't have any problem with doing it. Also, what happened to Oatsmain, Deep Web was fun. So that's kind of a little bit of both of us. Oatsmain ended up going and getting married, and he moved out of his house into his girlfriend's house, where he doesn't have like quite the setup. So he has to go to his house to like stream and do videos and stuff like that. And his days that he's free now no longer line up with my days that I'm free. And so we had to kind of pause it for a bit. You could do a web on some of the bands I sent you. Skinny Puppy was my favorite band growing up because they became affiliated with The Process. They were some weird-ass cult. What the fuck? I love that you're calling out all these phonies. I read Corbett's book recently. It's pretty good for introducing these subjects to the general public. Yeah, and another thing, too, is like, you know, when I'm looking at somebody talk about something, if I feel like they are generally in the realm of truth, I try to give it a little bit of a pass, right? If I don't think that they're convincing people that something is something that it's not, or that this thing is happening that isn't happening, or, you know, hey, we need to trust the government about this thing, right? If people are like, hey, the government sucks, I'm like, cool, I support that 100%. When and why did you get red pilled? That's an excellent question, and I'm so glad that you asked. So I think I became red pilled in high school when I watched Zeitgeist. And that got me to basically distrust the government forever. And then I went about my 20s kind of like surface level politics, right? Like, this politician's bad, this politician is bad, this politician is bad, and calling that shit out. And that shit don't fucking matter. The politician don't fucking matter. It don't matter who it is. And then I would say it was probably about a year ago that that I was, so this is a year ago, I was streaming video games, and I was playing video games all the time. And I had slowly started to incorporate politics and like political talks into like my streams, and I'd start talking about them, and then eventually I started setting up streams where I just talked about politics. And it was when the Butler assassination happened and Donald Trump picked JD Vance. I was like, I don't know who the fuck this JD Vance guy is. So I set up a stream. I might even still have the thumbnail available because I ended up yeeting my gaming channel. Go away. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Let's see, projects. I'll show you guys the thumbnail for the video that I did. So, how do I do this? Let's see here. I'm trying to find it. There it is. All right. So, when I was doing a Just Talking stream, I started doing research into JD Vance. I created this thumbnail and I started streaming, and we just started digging into it. And I learned so much shit. And that is how I found out about who Peter Thiel was. And from there, I was like, who's this Peter Thiel guy? And then I started my Peter Thiel web, which this was the first web that I made when I started to do research into him. And I was looking at like, okay, so Founders Fund, holy shit, look at all these things that it funds. And then I was like, oh shit, he's on the Bilderberg Steering Committee. And then I was like, oh fuck, Oculus, Niantic, Palantir, Polymarket, Spotify, Stripe, Airbnb. And I was like, dude, I got to start mapping all this shit out. So then I just started mapping out more and started mapping out more. And I just started blowing my own fucking mind. And I was like, holy fuck, everything is fake. And then so I was like, well, if this is one guy, what does the Trump administration look like? And then so I started mapping out the Trump administration. And I was like, okay, this is way worse than I ever thought it was. I have to tell people. This is insane. I was like, I like to consider myself politically knowledgeable and active and in the know. And if I didn't know any of this shit, I know goddamn well that there are so many other people that don't know about this shit. I'm going to drop everything that I'm doing and I'm going to start talking about this. And that is how I got started. From there, I started bugging Ian Carroll about looking into Peter Thiel because he kept talking up Donald Trump and the JD Vance stuff. And while I was talking shit about him, I connected with Kristen Bidding of the Iconic Network. And her and I kind of bonded over the fact that both of us thought that Ian was a gay plant. And so she was like, hey, I like, you know, some of the stuff on your page. Do you want to come on my show? I said yes. So I brought my webs. I did a show with her. Rich Willett saw that one. So I did a show with him. And I guess Jamie, David's son, saw that and talked with Rich. And they were like, hey, do you want to come do your own series on Iconic? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And so I made a 10-episode series and I put it on Iconic. And that's kind of what got me like started, really. Like from there, I got like some sort of cosign, I guess, by David Icke. And, you know, he kind of approved of the shit that I was saying and doing, and enough to like put his name in association with mine. Holy shit, Richard's your fucking handler. If Richard's my handler, how does it make sense that he lives on the other side of the world and is like 6-hour time difference from me? That motherfucker's asleep right now. Once I saw Ian on JRE, I knew it was over. Yeah. Did he just check in with you? He stopped by earlier to say what's up and asked if we could live stream again. Started following you right at the beginning of it all. Yeah. Yeah. Because before that, I mean, I was in between being conspiracy and normie. And now I see way much more shit. We could see a chart on the BIS. What's the BIS? So let me get this straight. I'm listening. Bang, bang. Oh, okay. I see. You started looking into Ian Carroll. Correct. I can even go show you guys the conversation that got me the spot on Kristen's show. And then you were approached by Ike's network. No. You're leaving out details. You're leaving out details. You're leaving out details. this was first contact with Iconic. Okay, maybe not first, but it was like I had been saying some shit and then she went to go look at my post. But this was the post that I made with this stuff in it where I was talking shit. This was October 1st. Ian Carroll says Chris Hayes trying to paint this as anything but Vance putting on the best debate performance we've seen in a decade. And I said, now do some investigating into the person JD Vance is and realize he's just as shitty as Walls, no matter how much Peter Thiel's paying the alt-right to say otherwise. Damn, Stoops has the scoops. Okay, so I'm listening. Because I kind of injected myself into the anti-Ian Carroll sentiment of Iconic and introduced myself. And then she went and looked at your content. Yeah, like my posts about Ian and my webs on Peter Thiel that I had already started doing. Here, I'll show you guys an even older web. This was my original Peter Thiel web. And I had stuff like this. And this is what they saw. Nah. So she saw stuff like this and said, hey, do you want to come do an episode on my show? And I said, I would love to. And this was like the first time I ever got asked to do anything or be on a show anywhere or anything. And that episode is still available on Iconic, where we talked in full. We talk about Peter Thiel. We talk about the Likud party. Correct. And then after that, Rich connected with me and was like, hey, loved your episode with Kristen. Do you want to do one together? And I was like, yeah, dude, let's run it. What do you want to talk about? And I was like, let's talk about Technocracy, Peter Thiel, mysticism, shit like that. And we did an episode, and it ended up being a 2-part episode. That's what I just said. Nah. You said you started looking into Ian Carroll, and then you were approached by Ike's network. I don't know if Kristen talked to Rich. I do know Rich saw that video and then reached out asking if I wanted to do content with him. See if I can go find the original message. She's in Ike's network, right? Yes. I'm going back to the beginning of our conversation. Mine and Rich's. Aha! Rich did not approach me. I reached out to him. I reached out to him first. November 7th. Yeah, I misremembered a little bit. But here is the... How can I do this? I'm trying to cover up the rest of my inbox. There we go. Hey, Rich, really appreciate the follow. I wanted to tell you privately that Kristen Bidding was going to have me on her podcast at Iconic next week, where I'll be covering a lot of this web on there. So he went and liked one of my webs. Did you talk to that chick before? What? I would be extremely grateful for you to use this map and research I have in any of your future content. I would only ask that it's after her video drops on the platform. Did the lady already know about your work on Teal before you reached out to Rich? Yes. Yes, because I reached out to Rich after he liked something of mine and followed me. And I was like, hey, I just filmed with Kristen. You can also use this map that I showed her in this video if you want to use any of it for your research. I just ask that you wait until her video comes out so that it doesn't just like undercut everything. And she tapped me to come on to her episode last week, and I'd feel wrong to undercut her offer, but that would be my only contingency to you having it for your use. I also plan on continuing to build onto this, and I'm completely open to the idea of providing you with more connections as I find them to help get the truth out there. Thank you again for connecting with me, and always game for a future collaboration. And that was my very first time talking to Rich Willett. And then from there, we talked about it, and I ended up going on his show. And that's where we're at. And then I did the 10-episode series. That was me saying that to Richard. I reached out to Rich first. I got a little pep in my step from having been invited by Kristen, and I was like, maybe I can also reach out to Richard, because I had seen some of the stuff he had posted, and I was like, yeah, this is awesome. Stuff about Epstein and all that shit, and I was like, yeah, that's good. Oh, these guys talk about Peter Thiel, fucking great. You know who doesn't? Ian Carroll, fuck him. So that's why I was like, cool. I roll with, I'm good with it. Exactly. You were stoked about it? Yeah. Yeah. Remarkably open for on the spot, to be fair. What do you mean? Like, I'm open? Talk about transparency? Yeah. I mean, I don't have shit to hide. I'm saying people want to keep tabs on them. Oh, dude. Yeah, absolutely. There's people that follow me because I talk shit about crypto so that they can comment under there and call me a retard for talking shit about crypto. And that's not even the CIA people that I call out. You're being remarkably open. Good. I mean, I don't have anything to hide. I'm pretty poor. I just don't want anyone knowing where I live or my real name because there are insane people on the internet. And I don't want someone showing up to my house where my family lives. So as long as it's not something that will put me in danger, I am open to sharing anything. But now you're touching on stuff that actually kind of matters if people hear about it too much. That's fine. What are they gonna do? I mean, they're gonna have to, like, come kill me. And they don't do that anymore. I mean, Boeing does, but outside of Boeing, all they do is, like, make it look like you're a child predator by planning shit on your phone remotely and then arresting you. And then being like, here's the proof. It was on your phone. Hey, Seven, I just need your bank details quickly. All right. One sec. Oh, there's my available balance in my bank. Negative $31. So, you know, this is paying well. I'm getting a lot of money, you know, siphon out his $4. I like that too. Oh, also, you can't make any new purchases or withdrawals right now because you have a negative balance. We need you to add money to cover it by July 6, 2025, or we may close your account. Which means that I've been at a negative balance because they don't close it until after a month. So I've been negative in my bank since June 6th. I think when people start to take off, then they have to be really careful. They do go after influencers. Yeah, they do. But I've got guns, cameras, trust no one. I don't. Thank you for the $10 fucking dollars. What the fuck? Dude, I feel the exact same way. Being poor sucks. You guys have now, after all this YouTube money that I've gotten today hits, my bank won't be negative anymore. That's fucking awesome. I might even have enough to pay that water bill that I talked about, that I forgot that I was negative in my bank and wasn't going to be able to pay. So, for anyone that thinks that I'm fucking bought off, please show me the money because I really fucking need it. I have one other bank account and it's got 17 cents in it. Oh, guys, that wasn't okay, all right. I wasn't trying to fish for donations. I was just trying to be transparent. Someone asked me for my bank details, so I was like, here's my fucking bank details, dude. Good luck. If you can do something with my identity, you probably fucking earned it. They don't kill you literally. Thank you for the fucking $10, G Taylor. That's fucking Stoops fucking blessing me with a fuck ton of money. What the fuck? 10 more dollars? Jesus Christ. Guys, it makes me feel bad. It helps, and what the fuck? I think my stream alert's fucked up. Thank you for the $10. Creative Equipment, G Taylor. Keep it going. Man's gotta eat. God damn. I wasn't expecting all that. I was just trying to be transparent. Or wait, is it no, I don't want to be a transparent. I'm trying to be transparent. There's a difference. I'm not a celebrity. Call back to the joke earlier. Don't feel bad, dude. Your information and work is priceless. I appreciate that. I do have some really, really fucked up stuff. And it's kind of off topic from everything that we've done on the rest of the stream. But I'm trying really, really hard to prove that the guys behind the wellness company let LA burn and colluded with State Farm to cancel insurance policies so that somebody related to James O'Keefe, Eric Prince, Project Veritas, the wellness company, could collude with State Farm and other insurers through the reinsurance agency or the Reinsurance Association of America. I love that a little joke resulted in something real helpful. I found you from the wellness company X video. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, we're working on some other stuff. Apparently, Apollo Global Management owns Dave Portnoy. Apollo Global Management is... What the fuck? $10 more? Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Thank you, 3-Chord Grifter, for the $10. God damn. God damn. How much? I think I've made more tonight than I've made in the past 3-4 weeks. And all right, here, I'll even show you guys my fucking YouTube and revenue and shit. Like, it ain't a lot. This was all of last month. That was an entire month's worth from last month. This month so far, minus today, come on now, $83.55. So, look, guys, this community is gonna make Seven cry live and in a good way. Well, I'm probably not gonna cry. I do feel extremely privileged that you guys are doing this, and it means a lot. People respond to truth and hardship. The transparency is refreshing, bro. We don't give a fuck. We love you. Hit up Peter Thiel. I heard he pays podcasts. Nah, man, Peter Thiel's gonna be like, let me get your DNA and your butthole. I'm gonna be like, ooh, no. He's gonna be like, then you're out. You can't be my new blood boy. Transparency is key, dude, to being relatable. Well, I just don't have anything to hide. I just don't want none of you motherfuckers showing up at my house. And not even like you motherfucker. So I decided to use a pseudonym when I started getting into this. When I saw that random guy show up to Nick Fuentes' house with a gun. And I was like, hold on. I need to think about this. Because I have guns, and I have cameras, and I have neighbors with guns. And they know me. But my name's on my mortgage. So you can just look me up and find my address. Come to your house for what? To take your... No, to come fucking kill me. Because I said their favorite influencer was a paid shill. Seven doesn't have gay sex or tranny porn in his background. What a relief. Not gonna find none of that here, brother. Peter Thiel was just at Bilderberg meeting 612, 615 of Sweden. Yeah, he was getting pressed by that one guy. And I'm surprised the entire time he didn't stop and say, I defer to Israel. But yeah, I'm hoping to prove that Dave Portnoy is owned by Apollo Global Management. We have a couple of shits. I'm slowly mapping out like the Kleiner Perkins stuff and how Silicon Valley got started. We have Halliburton and Blackwater that secured the Hurricane Katrina contracts. The Peter Galooly dust identity stuff that I was looking at. Duke Energy. There's stuff about like Hurricane Katrina in here and shit. We're getting into like CIA stuff. AOL. Booz Allen Hamilton and shit. These are all mini webs that kind of like give me a little bit of guidance on like, okay, this is the next one I need to start, and this is the next one that I need to start and stuff, right? And from what I have been told, I haven't done any research into this. Have you gotten into state housing agencies or HUD? No. Someone put Portnoy up to it to suddenly go hard on defending his fellow Jews. Oh yeah. Yeah, fuck HUD. I wish a small hat would visit me. Thank you for the subscription, Bear Trap Studios. So, what do you guys think about the theory that the levee in New Orleans during Katrina was actually bombed? And that they actually bombed it so that it would flood? What do you guys think about that? HUD is about to privatize the homelessness crisis. Thanks, Mike Solana, and your doom loop shit out of California. Best metal song of all time, bro. And why is it Bloody Roots by Sepultura? I don't think I've heard that before. Every day I make it a point to listen to Memento Mori by Lamb of God, and that's not even a lie. That is not a lie. I have someone in chat that could confirm that. I listen, that's how I get motivated in the day, where it's like, what? Right? I'm like, dude, that is what I want to scream at everybody all the time. You haven't heard Bloody Beetroots? I know the Bloody Beetroots. When people moved to OKC after the levees broke, he said they heard it blow up. Yep. Yeah, and I'm looking into the people that were responsible. What the fuck? I just got a new job. Appreciate you trying to do your own thing. And because I sent so many bands to check out, unfortunately, it's Canadian. Dude, I don't care if it's Justin Trudeau fun money. I'll take it. Phil, thank you so much for the fucking 50 Canadian dollars. Dude, that's at least 12 American dollars, if not more. Holy shit. Dude, congrats on the new job. How many Canadian dollars? I didn't even know there was a difference. I figured it was like they pegged it 1-to-1. Dude, holy shit, that's like 40 some fucking dollars. What the fuck? What job did you get, brother? They create the problems and sell the solutions. Look at the dam with the North Carolina flood. Yeah, the North Carolina flood was a fucking lithium grab. The LA fires were a lithium grab. I want to show you guys something. I don't bring this up a whole lot, but I thought it would be important. Dude, Phil, where are you working now, brother? Mr. Moneybags over here. Shit. Did I show you guys the LA fires and how it connects with like lithium and shit? Phil works at Lockheed. No! Now I gotta put myself on the web. I just got paid by Lockheed. Phil works for Peter Thiel. I'm in the trades. I do mechanical insulation. I just moved back from another province. Dude, I hope it's good. I can't believe Seven Seas hasn't heard Bloody Roots by Sepultura. I'm legit shook. Man, I barely listen to music anymore these days. Usually I'm just like looking up all kinds of shit. Phil works for my boss. Oh no, it's Palantir Vance. Go away, JD Vance. Someone put a couch in chat so that he'll get distracted. Hampson. I wish. I think they're pushing everyone to get national ID so they can crash old systems and usher in blockchain crypto, pass out CBDC equivalent to welfare money during 1929 Great Depression. You are so fucking close to the truth. Oh, man. There is more to it. Chair. The couch. Yeah. I still stand. It might have been completely fabricated. It might have been a rumor. It might have been a Photoshop. I still want to believe that JD Vance sexually assaulted couches. Because it's funny. It's like the Stephen Hawking midget thing, right? It's like, I doubt that Stephen Hawking actually had midgets doing, physics on a chalkboard. But it's so fun to believe, isn't it? The love sack. All right. So you do have the digital ID, digital currency, carbon taxes, CBDC crypto. You have the tokenization of everything that Larry Fink's talking about, and then a system called transactionalism, which is basically where everything, there's a closed system. So transactionalism, from my understanding, as according to John Dewey, Hannah Arendt. These were people that attended the New School for Social Research alongside Thorstein Veblen, who was the original guy that inspired all of the technocrats. And according to them, transactionalism is a closed economy system where every single exchange between entities within the system is basically part of it. So like when you talk, you talking produces carbon, which then is an input into the system, and then you are charged for that. Or if you want to talk to somebody, the exchange of carbon that you two have needs to be monitored, metered, and then charged to you accordingly. When you go to shake someone's hand, when you move something from one location to another, that's transactionalism, where every single interaction in a society is measured and taxed, essentially. What happens when you get shown more than enough money, though? Well, that's the thing. I always said that I was going to die poor. I made amends with that. Anybody that's trying to approach me for money doesn't want me to have freedom. Because nothing in this world is free. And anybody that is trying to, like, put money on me, what they're trying to get out of me is probably worse, because then why would they be trying to pay me, right? Why would they be trying to alchemize my will? Look, calling back to earlier. So fuck that. I even said, like, if a company comes out and messages me, like, okay, say hypothetically the wellness company sends me an email and they're like, hey, we're going to give you $10,000 a month if you just stop saying that the COVID virus doesn't exist. I would screenshot it and I would post it on Twitter immediately. And this would be for any company. If they're like, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of money, I would be like, no, the fuck you're not. You ain't getting me. I don't think so. Have you heard of property premiums? Is that where they charge money for having the house where it is? Like a location fee, kind of? So basically, these reptiles are energy vampires. Yes. Yes, we are the carbon they wish to reduce. Exactly. They will ask for that favor. Yep. Yeah, it always comes with a favor. Have you exposed Sean Ryan yet? Does he need exposing? I would assume that anybody that ever was in the intelligence community never left. That's an important thing that people don't understand. Once you're in, you never leave, because they have you do so much shit that if you left, they would expose you. They would jail you. They would do whatever they had to do. 110, yeah, but they don't do commercial, but industrial is where the big bucks are. Ooh, big bucks. You guys doing what kind of shit you insulating? So many people buy into it, though. Their souls are cheap. I know. Real name is Sean Palmisano. There's a Substack on it. Was he involved with, like, those traffickers? Was he involved with the human trafficking thing? Because I feel like I have seen that before. Commercial is stuff like app. But yeah, I agree. It was a layup. See, the one thing that I really need people to understand is that Mike Flynn has so much more influence than it appears on the surface. And people don't understand that. He's in bed with Russia and Israel. Real bad. Who is Q? don't think Q was a single person. I think Q was and I kind of went over this in the last stream. But essentially Q was Mike Flynn and all of his people from America's Future, and Alex Jones, Jerome Corsi, Roger Stone, Ivan Raiklin. It was OSY Technologies and the NSO group, Q Cyber Technologies. So Mike Flynn, all of his people, Laura Logan, fucking his sister, Kirk Cameron, Jack Posobiec, Paul Vallely, and they were kind of like the marketing. And then behind like the Intel part was like OSY Technologies, which is a subsidiary of Q Cyber Technologies. Q Cyber Technologies also owns the NSO group, which is Eric Prince, Project Veritas, James O'Keefe, right? You have John C. Glaub, who's also a part of it. You have all the influencers and shit that were going along with like the stolen election shit and the fucking ivermectin shit and all that. And then so you had the DeVoe family involved. You had people like Dana Rohrabacher, who wasn't directly involved but is like associated and shit, who's really, really close with Vladimir Putin. You had Cambridge Analytica and the SLC group, who were scraping social media in partnership with Palantir to see what everybody wanted, and then feeding that to a group. And then the Bell Biv DeVoe family, the Dick DeVoe family behind Amway, the Amway Corporation. Yeah, the Q and NQTel is quite telling. Well, what about the group that's literally called Q Cyber Technologies? But then, I mean, it incorporates so much more than that, though, because then you start getting the Epstein stuff, the Apollo Global stuff, the strategic stuff with Constellus that overlaps back over with like the Iraq war stuff through the Lincoln Group. And then you have people like Trevor Fitzgibbon, Thomas Schoenberger, and Manuel Chavez that were also a part of it. And they were doing a lot of the like online harassment of people and phishing people for information and shit. And Trevor Fitzgibbon did the work for like Snowden, Julian Assange, Jacob Applebaum, who did Tor, and Robert Malone. And all of that was all going on while you also had people like all the people from the Wellness Company propagating shit. People like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens and Milo and Steve Bannon and Nick and Rudy Giuliani and Michael Milken, Paul Manafort. So, and then you also had this thing called Fig Cyber, which is the Flynn Intel group, which was Tim Newberry and John Iadonisi. And they run like paramilitary intel groups, White Canvas Group, Black Horse Solutions, 1011 Ventures. VizSense was wrapped up in like the Palantir stuff because they were getting payments from Colt Ventures. And that's owned by this guy named Darren Blanton, who was getting paid by Donald Trump. So Q is a lot, but it was pretty much just this. And people were like, oh, it's an advanced future-telling AI. And I'm like, no, what's happening is they're shit-posting a bunch of vague things that people can attribute to this or that or this or that over the years. And then allow people to run with it and do all of the imagination work and all of the tying together of shit. And then they just roll with it. And they're like, yeah, that's what we meant 5 years ago. right? Bruh, Q is definitely AI. I mean, it may have been like an AI prompt that spit out the formatting, but I don't think that it was like this huge fucking like supercomputer that actually predicted the future and then posted these things knowing they were going to happen. You ever point any of these people back to the Vatican? Oh, yeah. We have all the people from, I mean, Flynn is like basically Opus Dei. He's not, but he's like Catholic as fuck. So he says. I think they're all Satanists, but, you know, what do I know? But we had people from like Jordan Peterson's ARC network are attached to the Vatican and Opus Dei. Arthur C. Brooks and the husband of Gudrun Kugler and another person on and also Arthur C. Brooks is from the Rand Corporation. He studied at the Rand School of Public Policy. But this other guy, John Howard, who used to be the Australian Prime Minister, first of all, he was visiting George Bush the week of September 11th while he was Prime Minister of Australia. But he did a character statement for George Pell while he was in office. George Pell was the Vatican treasurer. And George Pell was accused of child sex abuse. So then John Howard gives a character statement about how this guy couldn't possibly sexually abuse children. And then he got convicted by the Vatican, where they never convict anybody. They convicted this guy. And that guy is this Christian presence on Jordan Peterson's fucking thing. Yeah, it's all Saturn. Howards are a powerful English Catholic family. So that even makes more sense. Catholic Church, Catholic connections, John Howard. I mean, Australia, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense. And then you also have Mike Johnson and everything he's a part of. He's part of Answers in Genesis, which does the ARC thing. And then he's part of all of these things on top of being the fucking Speaker of House. He's also in close with Matt Gaetz, Andy Biggs, the January 6th rhetoric. Flynn's probably in the chat. Dude, if Michael Flynn is in the chat, how can I tell someone to cease from living without telling them to... Never mind. The world... Okay, Michael Flynn, if you're listening, the world would be a lot better if you just completely disappeared permanently. And even better so if you would have never existed in the first place. You guys know what I want to say. I just am not going to say it. Thank you. Hope you find a job too. It can be pretty depressing and frustrating. Late 60s, but still the 60s as far as I'm aware. Reminds me of that TV show, The Newsbreakers from the 1960s, talking about supercomputers making up the news. The Pope kisses the hands of the Rothschilds too. Notice that? Yes, I do. And then you have the Orsini family, and you have the Pacer family. These are apparently people that are too dangerous to name, according to Mel K. You're not supposed to name these people, but I'll say their name. Fuck the Pacers. Fuck the Orsinis. Fuck the Black Pope. Fuck the Gray Pope. Fuck the Church. Fuck the Vatican. Fuck the public Pope. Fuck them all. Don't forget Michael Flynn's brother, Charles. He is on my web as well. Yeah, apparently you're not supposed to say the Pacer family. It's too dangerous. Pacer, 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 Pacer. Fuck them. You mentioned all of those. Lost all my info in a hack years back. Fuck. The key is don't have information worth hacking. You know how you best all of those African scammers? You have a shit credit score that they can't do anything with. Boom, done. Went down on X. We just hit 8 o'clock when I was supposed to stop the stream. That means it's time for me to go. I've been saying that. I knew about the black and white Pope, but just heard about the gray Pope recently. Amazing. Yeah, dude, you got stones, my friend. Fuck Peter Thiel. Fuck Alex Karp. Fuck Howard Lutnick. Fuck Brock Pierce. Fuck all of them. Also press 2 for Spanish to talk to someone in English. Careful out there. Hey, if anything happens to me, you guys know who it was. Play Bloody Roots before you leave, gosh darn it. Dude, I would, but then they would copyright my stream, and all the ads everyone had to watch will mean nothing. But I will listen to it tonight. I'll listen to it immediately as soon as I get off stream. The Red Pope? I ain't never heard of no Red Pope. Now, hold on. Nah, I do have to go, but the Red Pope? Hold up. I know about the gray and the white and the black popes. Thanks, man. Good stuff. I hope people learn some shit. I tried to poke the holes in the official narrative of the nukes. We didn't get into the science. We didn't get into the people involved very much. But we did look at the trams and the temperatures and the melting points and first-hand accounts and the test footage and the camera and all that shit. So hopefully some people walked away a little less convinced that nukes are real. Because if not, go back and watch the stream. That's all I can say. And I'll keep trying. But again, you cannot prove a negative. It is impossible. You haven't heard of Rainbow Pope. Oh, I've heard of the Rainbow Pope. He just died. Seth Rich part 2. Don't do that to me. Don't put that juju on me, bro. I better not be Seth Rich. I want to be around, damn it. Any future podcasts you going on, my man? I'm supposed to be on... I think it's called like Conspiracy Playtime or something. It's by Colby Dennis. I just recorded with them and told them about basically the past that I told you guys about. But I'm gonna be on there. When you gonna be back on Prol Pilled? Probably. So I'm going on a trip this week. I'm basically taking like a little vacation, but I'm also going to an event. So I won't be live Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And so next week, I'll probably do some more appearances. But I'm thinking that tomorrow, if I do stream tomorrow, it will be a shorter stream. And then that will be all you guys get from me for the rest of the week this week. Unfortunately. When I come back, I'm hoping to have a guest that I can interview on Tuesday, doing a Just Talking stream on Wednesday, and then continuing the mapping and stuff that we're doing on Lies and Ties on Thursday. And you going to Bohemian Grove? Say hi to Toad. I am going to Bohemian Grove. That is the event. Toad isn't going, apparently, from what I've heard. But I'm going to go to Bohemian Grove, and I'm going to talk to Owen Benjamin about nukes. I'm going to talk to Sam Tripoli about what the fuck. Nah, but I'm gonna bug him, and I'm gonna be like, dude. Nah, he's going. I thought that Clint Russell and Nephilim Death Squad got into a fight or something. I like E3. E3's gone, isn't it? E3's like long gone. Are you, anybody else going to Bro Grove? I'll be there. I'll be there. So if you guys want to come see me in person, you can do it there. If you don't want to buy a ticket to Bro Grove, I'll be in the area. And by the area, I mean like I'll be in public. Take me with you to Bro Grove, bro. Dude, I would, but I'm trying to make it there on so my bank lets me go negative $99. You guys saw them at negative 31. So I'm having to make it there on like $68 from myself. So wish me luck. I'll bring along a metal playlist for you to listen to. What if I could? Joys of being in Canada. Do they let people in now? No, this isn't Bohemian Grove. This is Brohemian Grove. And it's at a comedy club in Florida. And then I'm going to come back from that. And then Canary in the Coal Mine is going to think that I'm attached to the Michael Flynn Florida network. And we're going to be back at square one with him. And go from there. So that'll be fun. But I'm gonna call it here. We just hit a little over 4 hours. So I'm gonna get some food, and I'm gonna post about that fucking Loch Ness monster guy that apparently created the cameras for the nukes. What the fuck? Have a good trip. Looking forward to next time. Dude, what the fuck? You guys have given me so much money. What the fuck? Thank you for the fucking $20, G. Taylor. Holy shit. Awesome Heart of Calgary for me. Be sure to check up on Milo. He's gay like Teal. Yeah, I don't like Milo, but he's very aggressive. And he will actually, like, pay to do, like, operations on you. Like, he'll pay people to dig on you and like access databases and pay for background checks and shit. I ain't trying to have all them problems. Just know that Milo is not a good person. Stop vaping that shit. It is death. I know. I was trying nicotine patches for a while. I don't want to do the gum. I really wish I could just stop altogether, but yeah, people trying to alchemize my will. Y'all quit it. I'm not doing the thing with the thing, okay? No, I gotta go fight off all these crypto bros who are pissed off that I said that crypto is a scam. So let me go do that, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Peace out, everybody. Thank you guys again. Really fucking humbling. I appreciate you guys so much. Couldn't do this without you. I'd have to get a job or something. All right. Peace out, everybody. I'm going to listen to it right now.